Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. Good morning. I'm Beth Voorhees. This morning, two public hearings back-to-back in the House chamber. The House Judiciary Committee will hear testimony about two bills. The first public hearing is at 8:30. It's on Senate Bill 1, the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act. The bill prohibits any requirement that a person become or remain a member of a labor organization as a condition of employment. The Right to Work Bill, it's also called. Its sponsors are Senators Cole, Mr. President, Blair, Boso, Ferns, Gaunch, Trump, Carmichael, Seipolt, and Takubo. It passed the Senate a week ago on party lines, 17-16. It's now in the House for consideration. The second public hearing comes at 9:30. It will be about House Bill 4012, the West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act. The lead sponsors are O'Neill, Mr. Speaker, Hanshaw, Moy, Fast, A. Evans, Azinger, Waxman, Romine, Rowan, and Phillips. House Bill 4012 is to ensure that in all cases where state action substantially burdens the exercise of religion, strict scrutiny is applied, and to provide a claim or defense to a person or persons whose exercise of religion is substantially burdened by state action. Social conservatives say House Bill 4012 would stop the government from compelling people to do things they object to on religious grounds. Those opposed say it would allow discrimination. 20 states and the federal government have similar laws. We're awaiting the first public hearing at 8:30 regarding Senate Bill 1. We'll bring that to you as soon as it begins.
Good morning, and we'll call this public hearing to order. This is a public hearing being conducted by the House Judiciary Committee to take input regarding Senate Bill 1, which is entitled Establishing West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act. If you have signed up to speak, we will be rotating speakers between pro and con. We have a pretty closely divided group. The way we'll proceed, we'll call two names. The first name will take the podium. The second name will be awaiting their turn. That way we'll speed things up. So I'll say one name and then say followed by. So if you're the followed by name, please come up and position yourself close to the podium. I'll remind all of you that this public hearing is being streamed, both audio and video, so please conduct yourself accordingly. According to the rules of the House chamber, we will not permit any outbursts, either favorable or negative, so please control yourself, act accordingly. If you have written materials that you wish for the committee to consider, if you would please file them with the committee clerk, who's the second person to the right, or with our committee executive assistant, who's to my right. Clerk is to my left. We also remind you that according to the rules of the chamber here, no photography or videography is permitted. So although we are streaming live and people will be able to see and hear what we're doing. We have about 50 people signed up to speak, so we're going to probably allow about a minute and a half per speaker. If we have additional time at the conclusion of this hearing, we'll allow individual members of our committee to ask speakers their questions. So if you are a speaker or presenter, please remain in the chamber if you're able, in case there are questions. In addition to that, even though we may run out of time, there may be individual members of the committee that have questions for you after the public hearing. So if you'll make yourself available, we would appreciate that. We ask that you refrain from personal comments about other individuals who are speaking and limit your remarks to the content of the bill. We'll begin today, and by the way, the copies of the bills are available on the table here at the front if you wish to see a copy of the bill. We'll begin today with Kenny Perdue, followed by Chris Hamilton. Mr. Perdue.
Mr. Chairman, Committee, Judiciary, and House, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak. Let me say this first, enough is enough. Enough is enough about the attack on working people. And that's what's going on here, is an attack on working people. We know enough about the economic impact study that WVU did, the impartial study that we know of. We can talk about the data, we can talk about the deaths on the job. Everybody knows those issues. But I'm going to say it's about right to work. It does nothing to bring business in the state. We can talk about it being something to add to the toolbox, but there's a lot of things in the toolbox that exist right now. It weakens unions, and the example is, I can tell you about BIC and the state chamber, that they are being so forceful because their out-of-state interests are funding in a way that that's what they push them and demand them to be. They don't like unions because we keep them honest. Department of Commerce secretary said we've got 3% of flat land in West Virginia. So with 3% of flat land, the senator said terrain has nothing to do with economic development. The Senate Majority Leader said Workforce West Virginia and the state employees are a communist Politburo. Now I'm going to say this, that brings in a lot of business when you know you got one of the heads of the Senate that talks language like that. We can talk about the mega corporations, the out-of-state corporations, the billionaires. We're a thorn in their side because they don't like us being in their way. We're the last wall standing to keep from what we call a dictatorship. We created a middle class. We can say we proudly did that. We give them an opportunity to grow. We give them an opportunity to send their kids to school. And as I say that, the voters of this state are beginning to see their future, their dreams slip away. Just with a couple things, you have state employees, as they were referred to as part of the Politburo. Last weekend, the state troopers, county, EMS, all weekend long took care of the roads so we could be here on Monday. I bring to your attention about a big president that said, chastise us about workers' comp. And I'll say to that, to the president, he needs to go look into the eyes of the employees that were injured. They had to hire a lawyer again, and they were denied their benefits. The Senate leaders said free riders. I'll tell you what, that is a slap in the face. The people that are in the audience here on the floor right now, I call them friends. They're the people that built this state. I'm going to ask this, which side are you on? Are you with the big corporations? Are you with the out-of-state bullies? Or are you with the upper 1%? Which side are you on? Are you with working families in pursuit of the American dream, or just given an opportunity? I'm going to stand here and tell you, I'm going to be with working families every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perdue. Chris Hamilton, followed by Jeff Allen. And ladies and gentlemen, my math skills are sadly lacking. We're going to allow everybody 2 minutes, and Mr. Perdue, we did give you the full 2 minutes. We have few less people than I originally counted. Mr. Hamilton.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Chris Hamilton, Chairman of the West Virginia Business and Industry Council. I'm joined by other members of our organization, along with Danielle Waltz, who serves as coordinator for our Workplace Freedom Coalition, created under the auspices of the Business and Industry Council. BIC is comprised of some 60-plus state businesses and trade associations. All told, our members represent 26 different industry sectors and account for nearly 400,000 state workers. We are truly homegrown. Our businesses operate here, they pay taxes here, and they are an integral part of our churches, schools, and communities. In short, our members provide jobs. They are the job creators, and we're working hard to move West Virginia forward. We speak today in support of Senate Bill 1, the Workplace Freedom Act. This legislation is relatively simple. It will prohibit individual workers from being forced to pay union dues or agency fees as a condition of employment. That is all it does. It doesn't prohibit one from joining a labor union, doesn't prohibit collective bargaining agreements. Instead, it gives workers in all fields the same freedoms that other professions, such as teachers, nurses, enjoy. It simply extends a fundamental personal choice, the ability for every worker to choose whether and how he or she engages with a union. Our support of Senate Bill 1 is a result of field research. Earlier this year, we held a series of business forums around the state. We visited 7 cities, met with local businesses, officials, community leaders, and Chamber of Commerce officials. We also heard from local development directors within each specific region. Without exception, the local regional economic development professional in every single region of this state we visited attested to the need for workplace freedom legislation to enhance their efforts to attract new opportunities for West Virginia and to remove barriers for growth and development. We heard similar variations of this sentence. West Virginia will not even get a first look because we are not right to work. Time after time, they are told no, not interested in West Virginia or this state because it simply didn't make the short list solely due to West Virginia being as a non-right to work state.
Excuse me, Mr. Hamilton, please wrap up your comments.
Again, we are homegrown. I'm not aware, as the president of the AFL asserted, I'm not aware that BIC has taken in one single out-of-state dollar. I'm not sure one out-of-state company belongs to our organization or has contributed to our Workplace Freedom Coalition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Jeff Allen, followed by Danielle Waltz. And to the presenters, there is a red light on the podium. When that light comes on, that indicates you've used up your time. Please wrap up your comments immediately after you see that light come on. Mr. Allen.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Allen. I am the Executive Director of the West Virginia Council of Churches. The West Virginia Council of Churches is a 135-year-old organization made up of 14 denominations. Since our founding in 1880, the country has seen a lot of positive changes for labor, including child labor laws, 40-hour work week, and the Equal Pay Act. The church, through its actions and statements, has promoted the welfare of laborers. Witness Martin Luther King Jr. fighting for the rights of sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee, or the Church of the Brethren statement that laborers are always to be regarded as persons and never as a commodity. The Bible itself speaks to fairness for the poor and to those who labor, such as Leviticus 19:13. You shall not oppress your neighbor or rob him. The wages of a hired servant shall not remain with you all night until the morning. And 1 Timothy 5:18, for the scripture says, the laborer deserves their wages. We urge the legislature to evaluate this bill in the light of the church's biblical foundations, history, and desire to promote the common good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Danielle Waltz, followed by Yvonne Brooks.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for allowing me to be here. My name is Danielle Waltz, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Coalition. The Workplace Freedom Coalition is a group of businesses, associations, and individuals committed to the passage of workplace freedom in West Virginia. Today, and in other committee meetings, we've heard a number of statistics regarding the passage of workplace freedom. My remarks will focus on some of those statistics. 50, the position that West Virginia seems to occupy in all surveys related to economic measures. 19,100, the number of jobs West Virginia lost between July 2014 and July 2015. 19,500, the number of West Virginians expected to leave in the next 2 decades while the remainder of the country is gaining population. Now I want to talk about some more personal statistics. 14,000, the number of steel workers employed at Weirton Steel when I was growing up there. 900, the number of steel workers that are employed there today. 35 years, the number of years my father worked there, and 4, the generations of my family that worked there before him. Weirton, like many West Virginia towns, is a place that is looking for advantages while pursuing economic development. And workers like my father are looking for the opportunity to provide the American dream for their family. Sadly, those opportunities are becoming fewer and fewer in West Virginia. But next week, with a vote on Senate Bill 1, you have the opportunity to change that. Workplace freedom is not anti-union. It is pro-worker freedom, pro-economic development, and pro-West Virginia. It is an opportunity to give towns like Weirton and others around the state an advantage in economic development and the hope for a better tomorrow. A few more statistics. 25, the number of states with workplace freedom laws. 25, the number of states who passed them that still have unions in collective bargaining. I ask all of you, why not West Virginia to be number 26? We need tough solutions to help move our state forward. On behalf of the Workplace Freedom Coalition, I ask that you vote yes on Senate Bill 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waltz. We have Yvonne Brooks signed up. Is she here? If not, then we'd ask Lane Ferguson to come forward, and he'll be followed by Rebecca McPhail. I hope I pronounced that right.
Apologize if my voice is fighting a cold here. My name's Lane Ferguson. I'm president of Nitro Construction Services. Been here for 55 years. Our company's worked all over the country. We've worked in Iowa, Texas, Mississippi, Virginia, and all those are right-to-work states. And our experience in those states is not what's being represented here. Your best and brightest in that group, once these bills pass, and it's both of these bills, leave the industry or leave the state. People like us from states who have quality educated workforce are called in to go work there. This is being pushed by people who do not know firsthand what's going to happen when you pass these bills. Wages are going down. They were down in every state we worked in. I think it's more about somebody's special interest than what's really good for West Virginia workers. I mean, numbers of jobs maybe, but at what mean average wage? What are we pushing to? Do we really want to put a bunch of people out here who can't support their family at the wages on the jobs that are created? As a business leader here, the chamber never once asked us what our opinion was. They're getting their direction outside this state, not inside this state. We've been a member of the chamber for many years, along with a lot of other businesses. But in the last 2 weeks, I can name 25 businesses that have dropped the chamber that were not consulted. State Electric, $220 million company in this state, dropped from the chamber. Ferguson Enterprises, McJunkin. These are not unions. These are businesses. You need to quit talking to people who don't know what's best for West Virginia. You need to talk to the businesses in West Virginia, not the businesses outside this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Rebecca McPhail, followed by Dave Efall.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca McPhail. I'm the president of the West Virginia Manufacturers Association. Many member companies of the West Virginia Manufacturers Association enjoy and appreciate positive and productive relationships with organized labor. In fact, the WVMA and its companies recognize the hard work and dedication of our state's manufacturing workforce, and we're committed to job growth in that sector. As you've heard, right-to-work legislation has proven beneficial, and long-term economic development has been a byproduct in right-to-work states. Compelling research does indicate that workforce freedom increases the state's economic development opportunities, prosperity, and most importantly, jobs. The West Virginia Manufacturers Association supports Senate Bill 1, giving West Virginia workers the freedom to choose. Our association applauds state lawmakers who lead efforts to promote the adoption of this legislation that allows us to be more competitively positioned in national and global economies for increased and continued manufacturing investment. Workplace freedom is one of many things that can be viewed as part of a broader means to increasing our ability to grow manufacturing in West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPhail. Dave Efall, followed by Parween Mascari.
Good morning. I'm Dave Efall. I'm Secretary Treasurer of the West Virginia State Building Trades, and I want to talk about a little different about our unions. We hear a lot on TV and the radio about union labor bosses. Let's clear something up right now. All of our labor leaders are elected by their membership democratically, not by parties, not by separation, but by a simple majority, by one vote, by everybody. Anybody that has a complaint about anything on a job or any issues, all they have to do is come to a union meeting. Most locals have union meetings once, twice a month. Come to a union meeting, take up any information you want to, bring it up, and have it voted on. If you don't want to pay dues, bring it up. It can be voted on there that day. Now, I myself have faced elections since 1993. I've won some and I've lost some. What happens, sometimes you may not please people, and they vote you out. Politicians totally understand that. We have the same thing. It's not like we go in and we demand everybody to do certain things. We don't demand that. We tell them what we feel is the right way to go. We hope they go that way. If they don't, then they choose another way. They pick another leader. That's the way it works. We are not a heavy-handed force that guides everybody out there. We set a direction. We hope they follow. If they don't follow, then they pick somebody else. Now, one thing I will tell you that this will hurt. This will hurt our partnership with our employers that you just heard speak previously. We co-finance our training programs between the two of us. We co-finance our drug and alcohol testing programs. And we have some of the best drug and alcohol testing programs you'll ever see. Those will go away. We jointly manage our pension funds. We work together. We work together for our membership, and we always do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Efall. Parween Mascari, followed by Rick Wilson.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak on this important issue facing the state of West Virginia. My name is Parween Mascari. I'm here on behalf of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce. We are proud to represent the employer community in West Virginia and have members in all 55 counties, and our members employ over half of the state's workforce. Let me start by saying that this is not in any way an anti-union bill. In fact, if you look at the teachers' unions in West Virginia, the teachers' unions are powerful and they are strong in the state of West Virginia. In fact, we are ranked 13th nationally for the unionization of our teachers in West Virginia, and our other unions do not share that high of a ranking. Our teachers' unions are right to work. This is actually about two very important things, one being worker freedom, and we've heard some about that, the ability of a worker to choose whether or not to join a union or whether or not to pay union dues. The other thing that this is about is economic development. In West Virginia, in a place where less than half of our citizens work, we need to give our economic development folks the tools that they need to go out and get the things that this state needs the most, and that is jobs. If you look at the statistics, if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the most recent data, the bottom 5 states in employment, West Virginia being among those, are not right-to-work states. Each regional economic development director that we asked throughout the state of West Virginia, 100% of them told us that not being a right-to-work state is absolutely an obstacle when they go out and try to bring us jobs here in the state of West Virginia. Double manufacturing job growth, double economic impact. To close, we need the right to work. In fact, we deserve the right to work in West Virginia, and we need it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mascari. Rick Wilson, followed by F. Vincent Vernuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Wilson. Today I'm representing the Our Children, Our Future campaign to end child poverty. As many of you know, each year this is a very diverse group of many organizations and individuals. We don't always agree with each other. Every year we come together to vote on our platform of issues that we're going to support. It's not easy to get on the ballot. You have to have an issue team. You have to identify a plan. You have to identify champions. You have to make the case. You have to attend policy workshops and symposium to get ready. This year, this was on the ballot and it made our top 5 list. And there are several reasons why we think opposing right to work is important if we want to promote the well-being of children and families. Number 1, right to work undermines labor standards. Union workers are more likely to earn living wages and the kind of benefits that families need to thrive. They also set standards for non-union employers. 2, unions have fought over the decades for policies that we sometimes take for granted, from Social Security to the abolition of child labor. Weakening unions could weaken our ability to defend and promote such family-friendly policies. 3, Upper Big Branch is an example of what happens when unions are taken out of the picture. It was once a union mine. It was decertified. We all know how that ended. 4, right to work undermines the democratic process. If workers want to form a union, it's not easy. They have to have an election. If workers decide it no longer benefits them, they can have another election to decertify the union. Right to work creates a free rider problem. The union is obliged to represent all workers on the site, yet many can benefit without actually supporting the union. Number 6, if workers object to the union's political activities, they have the option of becoming a Beck objector and only paying that part of dues that covers their representation. 7, if you look at many standards and measures of quality of life, right to work states don't come off very well. 2 years ago, Politico compiled several different criteria for looking at quality of life. Only 3 of the top 10 states were right to work. All 5 of the lowest were. Right to work states made 9 of the top 25, but 15 of the bottom. Now this clearly is not a scientific thing, but it shows it's not a cure-all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. F. Vincent Vernuccio, followed by Christine Campbell.
Good morning. I'm F. Vincent Vernuccio. I am Director of Labor Policy for the Mackinac Center of Public Policy, a research institution based in Michigan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Before we get into the numbers, I want to define what right to work is. Right to work is about freedom. Right to work simply means that a union can't get a worker fired for not paying them. It does not affect collective bargaining in any other way. Workers, unions, can negotiate with employers over wages, hours, benefits, pensions, training, you name it, exactly the same after a right-to-work bill as before. But what do we see in right-to-work states? Right-to-work states like Michigan. We see higher wage growth, higher job growth, lower unemployment, higher population growth, higher property value growth, as we're seeing in Michigan. Michigan led the nation in a drop in unemployment. Michigan property values are up. Michigan wages are up by 9%, bigger than the national average, higher than West Virginia. Same goes for the recent right-to-work state of Indiana. When it comes to safety, West Virginia trails all but 2 right-to-work states in injury and workplace fatalities. And finally, right to work is good for unions. Right to work can make unions stronger. Last year, in 2014, the right to work state of Indiana tied for first in adding the most union members in the country. I'd like to give you a quick quote that this is something I've never understood, that people think right to work hurts unions. To me, it helps them. I can go to an organizing drive and tell these workers, if you don't like the arrangement, you don't have to belong. That was Gary Castile, the Secretary-Treasurer of the UAW. Right to work is good for workers, it's good for the economy, it's good for job creators, and it's good for West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vernuccio. Christine Campbell, followed by Terry Bowman.
Good morning. I'm Christine Campbell, President of AFT West Virginia, representing teachers and service personnel statewide. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today and clear up the misconceptions regarding right to work and education employees. Many say right to work would be the same as our current situation in public education. This is absolutely not true. First and foremost, West Virginia is not a collective bargaining state, which is actually one of the reasons teachers and service personnel salaries are near the lowest in the nation. But I'm not here to talk about that today. As a result of not having collective bargaining, our teachers and service personnel do choose to become members. And in return, they receive all the benefits provided by our organization. Teachers and service personnel who choose not to join our union do not receive benefits such as grievance representation, occupational liability insurance, professional development opportunities, and a host of other services. Meaning, if an employee chooses not to be a member of our organization, we are not forced by the government to represent that person if they become the target of a lawsuit. If West Virginia becomes a right-to-work state and a majority of a company's employees choose a union to be the exclusive representative, by federal law, that union will be required to represent everyone in the bargaining unit, regardless of whether the employees pay any fees or dues. As a result, there will be employees receiving benefits they did not pay for, but their coworkers did. As a vice president on the National AFT Executive Council, I have the opportunity to talk with leaders all over the country who are in states with collective bargaining laws and in states with right-to-work laws. These folks know the benefits of having collective bargaining and the decline of right-to-work states when it comes to fair wages, affordable benefits, and representation in the workplace. I want to make one thing perfectly clear. Right to work does not create the same workplace environment as our teachers and our service personnel in West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Terry Bowman, followed by, House come to order, please. Terry Bowman, followed by Ted Bettner. Mr. Bowman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, and everyone here this morning. Thank you for taking up Senate Bill 1 in this public hearing. You know, unlike the doom and gloom that you have heard and will continue to hear from those opposed to workplace freedom, I have to tell you a real story, a true story, which is my story. You see, after working for Ford Motor Company over 19 years now, this past September, I actually ended my forced unionization with the UAW and the financial support of the UAW. You see, the Michigan Legislature granted me, along with all union workers in Michigan, the additional rights, freedoms, and protections that come with the workplace freedom law. So what actually changed? Well, you know, I still work side by side with the friends and workers that I have for over 19 years. So that hasn't changed. Unions in Michigan are still alive. They're strong and they're thriving, just like they did before. So that hasn't changed. They are still collectively bargaining, and they're still organizing new locations, locations that may not have been there unless Michigan passed the workplace freedom law. So actually, some things have changed. What has changed is that Michigan is definitely the economic comeback state of the nation. Workers like me can finally enjoy freedoms of religion, freedoms of conscience. We're protected from forced speech, and we now have freedom of association if we choose, that others enjoy when they're not forced into a unionization just because they want to exercise their pursuit of happiness and provide income for their families. You see, workplace freedom actually legalizes freedom for workers. Workplace freedom is definitely pro-union. And your vote is a vote for workers, for union workers, for their freedom, and for the economic opportunity for all citizens of West Virginia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Ted Bettner, followed by Greg Murad.
Thank you very much. My name is Ted Bettner, and I'm the director of the West Virginia Center on Budget Policy. And we stand in opposition to enacting a so-called right-to-work bill in West Virginia because it is a race to the bottom and because it is grounded in a view of the American economy that depends on reducing the income and power of working families in this state. The goal of right-to-work, according to its supporters, is to cut wages and benefits in the hopes of encouraging out-of-state manufacturers and other businesses to come to West Virginia. If it didn't lower wages, there would be no incentive for companies to move into the state, according to this logic. This is what Dr. Deskins at WVU means by right-to-work providing flexible labor markets. West Virginia already is a low-wage state with wages below the national average, and adopting right-to-work could lower wages even more in West Virginia. And stagnant and declining wages can also mean fewer jobs due to the resulting decline in consumer demand in our local economy. On average, a $1 million drop in wages amounts to about 6 fewer jobs in our local economy. It's also important to keep in mind that right to work has nothing to do with workplace freedom. Real workplace freedom is about getting paid an honest wage for an honest day's work. It's about having access to paid sick days, paid family leave, health care, a retirement plan, a flexible work schedule, and most of all, it's about being treated with dignity and respect on the job. The only freedom workers receive if we enact right to work is the ability to get something for nothing. Right to work is also antithetical to the so-called free market. The principal aim of right to work is to diminish the ability of workers to collectively bargain freely without the interference of government. This is precisely why Milton Friedman, the godfather of free market economics, adamantly opposed right to work law. And the one thing that academic research is nearly unanimous in is concluding that right to work laws significantly reduce unionization and the relative power in unions. In this regard, it's no coincidence, it's not a coincidence that unions have diminished in numbers and power and the earnings of the middle class have stagnated. In the final analysis, right to work is not about left or right. It's not about Democrat versus Republican or liberal versus conservative. It is about up and down. It is about the redistribution of income from workers to employers and from the middle class taxpayers to the wealthy. And that's why we are against it, because it's bad for working families.
House will come to order, please. House will come to order. Thank you, Mr. Bettner. Greg Murad, I hope I pronounced that correctly, followed by Sterling Ball. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Greg Murad. I'm Vice President of the National Right to Work Committee, a 2.8 million member organization nationwide with over 10,000 members here in West Virginia, opposed to the notion that somebody should be forced to pay dues to a union in order to get or keep a job. Let me begin with a simple illustration. Imagine you are leaving this building today and a cab pulls up. Two guys grab you, they put you in the cab, and the driver announces it is on its way to Wheeling. Well, you don't want to go to Wheeling, you wanted to go to lunch. But the other guys in the car don't let you out. Cab driver proceeds to take the cab to Wheeling, and then finally they let you out, but only after demanding your share of the cab fare. Because after all, if you don't pay up, you just got a free ride. Well, that is the injustice on which labor law in this country and in West Virginia rests. You didn't get a free ride. You were a captive passenger, and they were taking you somewhere you did not want to go. Labor law in this country rests on two myths, and I want to debunk both of them here briefly. First of all, the union leadership here in West Virginia wants you to believe, and have told you today and will continue to tell you, that they are forced to represent every worker in this country, in the bargaining unit. Nothing could be further from the truth. They are perfectly free under federal law to negotiate a contract that sets the terms and conditions of employment for only their members. They don't do it because they like having a monopoly. It is absolutely hypocritical to turn around and then, having imposed their will and their bargaining and their contract on the rest of the workforce, to say that those people now have to pay for representation that has been forced upon them. Indeed, that representation is often working counter to their interests. Contracts that base pay entirely on seniority work against a new employee who would love to work harder, longer, or smarter and be rewarded for it. Contracts that trade wages in favor of gold-plated health insurance plans work to the advantage of older employees and against younger, healthier employees. And union contracts regularly hold back the most productive workers and prominent pro-union theorists freely admit this. Richard Rothstein at EPI, Harvard economist Richard Freeman, one of the leading apologists for forced unionism, actually praised big labor for quote, removing performance judgments as a factor in determining individual workers' pay. Let me leave you with a quote from the founder of the American Federation of Labor, Samuel Gompers, who urged, quote, devotion to the fundamentals of human liberty, the principles of voluntarism. No lasting gain has ever come from compulsion. If we seek to force, we but tear apart that which united is invincible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murad. Sterling Ball, followed by Brian Hoylman.
Good morning. My name is Sterling Ball, and I represent workers in West Virginia and Richmond, Virginia, and Roanoke, Virginia, and 7 other states. I'm a representative of Local 400, United Food and Commercial Workers. I have in my hand 2 contracts. This contract, both of them are same employers. This contract represents workers in Roanoke, Virginia. This contract represents workers in West Virginia. 2 workers doing the same job, working for the same company. The difference is one worker works in Roanoke. Our members in Right to Work Virginia have access to less vacation, as much as 1 week per year, as do our members in West Virginia. Our members in Right to Work Virginia pay as much as 5 times more for their health and welfare benefits as do our members in West Virginia. Our members in Right to Work Virginia are paid as much as $2 less. $2 less per hour in Roanoke, Virginia as they do in West Virginia. For a full-time person working 40 hours a week with 2,080 hours per year, that equates out to $4,160 per year. Both of these contracts are 3-year contracts. That would equal out to the worker in Roanoke, Virginia would make $12,480 less in this 3-year contract here than the worker does in this 3-year contract here. Ladies and gentlemen, that is real numbers. That's what Right to Work is all about, is lowering the salary of people that already are living day to day. If you pass this legislation, what you're going to see numbers like that representing right here in West Virginia. The same numbers that we see in Virginia. I want to close by reading a comment that was made by probably somebody that put it best than anyone I've ever heard, and that's Martin Luther King Jr. in 1961. Listen to what he says. In our glorious fight for civil rights, we must guard against being fooled by false slogans such as right to work. It's a law to rob us of our civil rights and our job rights. Its purpose is to destroy labor unions and the freedom of collective bargaining by which unions have improved wages and working conditions of everyone. Wherever these laws have been passed, wages are lower, job opportunities are fewer, and there are no civil rights. We do not intend to let them do this to us. We demand this fraud be stopped. Our weapon is our vote. Martin Luther King Jr., 1961. I would beg you to reconsider this legislation and vote against it. It will harm working people in this state, and it'll erode wages and benefits like we see in these right-to-work states. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Please come to order. As I indicated earlier, the rules of the House prohibit displays of either approval or disapproval. So please refrain from that. Mr. Hoylman, Brian Hoylman, followed by Dale Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Brian Hoylman. I'm president of the Associated Builders and Contractors. We represent commercial construction companies here in the state of West Virginia. Senate Bill 1 is actually a piece of legislation our organization has strongly supported since it was created nearly 3 decades ago. Given our organization's direct impact by the economy, this bill really has some of the most substantial impact on the construction industry for 2 primary reasons. First and foremost, it gives our workers the freedom to make decisions for themselves. No longer would they be subject to being fired unless they pay union dues to organizations they may or may not wish to affiliate with. Now, we've heard countless references to chambers of commerce, to trade associations, to country clubs even, that say you all have to require dues in order to get the benefits of their services. But the key difference here is that those organizations provide a value to their members as a necessity to retain them, as opposed to a decision to appease them. If you don't like a position your chamber makes or the food they cook at your country club, you can leave and it won't cost you your job, which we just heard. Individuals may have left the chamber because they weren't happy with their position on this very issue. Our workers don't have that freedom. Additionally, we have the economic impact that this law potentially carries with it. Our industry, again, is directly affected by the growth of our economy. In the past 2 years, we've seen the highest reduction in the country in construction employment here in West Virginia. We lost 14% in 2014, 11% in 2015. Without projects to build, our workers can't go to work. And what are we telling what remains of our population? That we don't have flat land, that we have mountains so we can have jobs. We've lost 30,000 manufacturing jobs in the last 20 years, and we used to have opportunities for them before, but we don't anymore. I think it's time we start offering folks who've started to say in our wonderful state solutions instead of excuses. No one is claiming that this legislation is a cure-all to what ails us, but it's one of many reforms that we can pass that will create a more suitable business environment here in the state of West Virginia. I know we've all been told that this legislation won't bring any jobs, but we need to be honest with each other about what this does. It has created a huge difference between right-to-work and non-right-to-work states in the areas of wage growth, job creation, a number of factors. Site selection companies have even stated that nearly half of all investments are rendered unobtainable in the absence of a right-to-work law. And I'll finish just by saying that no matter what, the side effects are always going to be disputed. We realize that, positive or negative, valid, whatever. But the essential purpose of this bill is whether or not we should allow people to be fired for not paying dues to a union. And I want you all to consider that when you make your decision. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Dale Lee, followed by Darrell Shull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dale Lee. I'm the president of the West Virginia Education Association. Slogans. We hear them all the time. 2001, we heard a slogan in education called "No Child Left Behind." Worked out really well for education, didn't it? What it did is it left tons of children behind. Workplace freedom, right to work, those are slogans. What it will do is destroy the working families of West Virginia. I care deeply. The WVA cares deeply about our members, and we care deeply about every child in West Virginia. What we see as we go into the classrooms is kids who don't have a chance. Poverty is great. Amazing statistic is 8 of 10 highest poverty states in the United States are right to work. I've heard slogans since I've been here. You know, if we cut taxes, if we do this, we'll bring jobs to West Virginia. We did those things, and where are the jobs? This is not the cure-all. The cure-all is for working families and West Virginians to get together and figure out the best way to move West Virginia forward. Not to bring people in from out of state, not to listen to people from Michigan or anywhere else, because we're West Virginians. We're the ones who have to figure out how we're going to move this state forward. And this is wrong for West Virginia. You know, I'm a math teacher, but I do remember enough about the English to know that there's cause and effect. It's easy to say that we passed right to work in Michigan and Indiana, and look at what it's doing for us. But the effect that we're not looking at is the bailout of the auto industry that helped that out. Folks, we have real problems in West Virginia. We need to come up with solutions, but the solutions need to come from West Virginians, and we need to defeat this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Darrell Shull, followed by Chad Francis.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Darrell Shull, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Eastern Panhandle Business Association, otherwise known as the EPBA. The EPBA, as noted in our name, represents our members and their companies in Morgan, Berkeley, and Jefferson counties, and contrary to popular belief, yes, that's still in West Virginia. The Eastern Panhandle is an economic engine in the state, and we feel it's important that our business concerns are addressed here in Charleston. We're an organization that believes in free enterprise, free markets, and the central role that business plays in job creation, economic prosperity, and the quality of life of all citizens. We're nonpartisan, and we don't ask our members their political affiliations, and we don't even care if they have any. What we do care about are the issues that affect our business climate and job creation, which is why we're here today to express our support for Senate Bill 1, the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act. As an organization focused on providing a healthy environment for business to thrive, we believe it is imperative that West Virginia provides its workers with a choice in whether to join a union at their place of employment. It is un-American and immoral to force anyone to join and pay dues to an organization simply as a condition of employment. The teachers in this state are allowed the choice of union membership. Why can't our private workforce have that same option? Using the arguments of those who are opposed to workplace freedom, do they suggest that our teachers are subpar because they have a choice of whether they wish to be represented by a union? I doubt anybody would concur with such an assertion. Forced unionism is a detriment to our state's ability to grow economically. This is of particular concern to us in the Eastern Panhandle. While the Eastern Panhandle is a growing economic engine in the state, we believe we could become even more attractive if we remove barriers to business, namely forced unionism. We understand the fear that those opposed to right to work have inflicted on your colleagues here in Charleston, but I must ask you this. The state of West Virginia has been doing things the same way for over 80 years. It's over 3 generations of doing things the same way, just for the sake of, well, not wanting to try something new. It's time to try something new. I urge you and all of your colleagues to support SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shull. Chad Francis, followed by Keith Pauley.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak here today. I'm a mine worker from the Northern Panhandle. I'm here to read a statement from the United Mine Workers of America President Cecil Roberts. For 126 years, the United Mine Workers of America has fought to improve the lives of workers, their families, their neighbors, and their communities. Part of our ability to do that successfully has been through the strength we gained together from our union contract. Because of the contracts we've negotiated during that time, working Americans enjoy an 8-hour workday, 40-hour work week, health care benefits, retirement benefits, better education for our kids, and safer and more secure jobs. But the so-called right-to-work legislation under consideration today will lay waste to those gains working and middle-class West Virginians and all Americans have enjoyed over the last century. Let's be clear about this. This legislation isn't about creating more and better jobs. It isn't about making our workplaces safer. It isn't about lifting up more families out of poverty. It isn't about any of the things our government is supposed to be about. This legislation is about taking away people's rights. It's about taking away the power that workers collectively have. It's about taking us back to a day when a few powerful elites had much and the rest of us had very little. We're better than that, West Virginia, or at least we used to be. The UMWA joins workers in West Virginia who ask their legislators to reject this attack on workers' rights and their ability to make a fair and honest living in support of their families. Don't do the bidding of out-of-state elitists who are driving this bill. Hear the voices of many hard-working West Virginians who are asking you to oppose this. I urge you not to move forward with this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, you are infringing on the time that other people have to give us input, so please restrain yourself from any further outbursts. Mr. Pauley, followed by Ken Hall.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished committee members, thank you for allowing me to speak here this morning. We've heard a lot about the economic arguments associated with right to work. But I believe the most compelling and real issue about right to work is about individual worker choice. I believe that it is immoral to compel a worker to join or be forced to pay agency fees to a private organization just as a condition of their employment. Some examples of how unions spend their union dues and agency fees are that 93% of all union PAC money in the last 10 years have gone to Democratic candidates. Does that represent the makeup of their unions? Millions have been spent on the job-killing Obama administration and their campaigns for president. Millions have been spent on radical environmental groups that have actually killed jobs in West Virginia, including the Sierra Club and other groups. Unions have supported Planned Parenthood and other abortion-providing organizations with millions of dollars of support. And unions have supported LGBT ballot initiatives and other things. Do 100% of union members support these kind of causes? I would say that they may not, but they're not given the choice of whether or not they want their money to be spent in that way. Union members should not be forced to provide funds for objectionable causes or union fees that support campaigns that they would not support at the ballot box. Workers should fundamentally have the right to join and be associated with any private organization they like, or to not join a private organization they like. We would never allow an employer to require joining other private organizations, like the Catholic Church or the Boy Scouts or the Red Cross, as a condition of their employment. So I wholeheartedly support Senate Bill 1, the Workplace Freedom Act, to give workers in West Virginia the choice of how their money will be spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pauley. Ken Hall, followed by Corky DeMarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Ken Hall, I represent 1.3 million Teamsters and all these good working people in West Virginia. And I got to tell you, now I get it. I couldn't figure out why this right to work bill was there, but I just heard, because unions give too much money to Democrats. So let me be clear about one thing. I am a West Virginian. I'm not from Michigan. And apparently the people from Michigan forgot about the people in Detroit who are starving to death. I want to talk about what is fact-based. I am sick of the propaganda. It is time we talk about something factual. I will answer any question here or in a committee, and I will back up what I have to say with facts, because I'm sick of hearing, we have heard, our flagship university in the state of West Virginia supports right to work. Let's make it clear. Our flagship university doesn't have a thing to do with the Deskins report. If you read his own report, contrary to what I hear, funding for this research was provided by West Virginia Legislature. The opinions herein are those of the authors and do not necessarily reflect those of the West Virginia Legislature, the West Virginia Higher Education Policy Committee, or the West Virginia University Board of Governors. This is one professor, and right now I call on the president of the university to come forward and tell us the truth, because I believe a lot of the people in the economics and business school don't agree with Mr. Deskin's report. And frankly, it's time for transparency in this state. I'm letting you look at a blown-up version of an information request that we sent to West Virginia University saying who paid Dr. Deskins and what was the discussion back and forth. And what you see is the response. The response is full of blacked out answers all the way through it. What are they trying to hide? And who is these emails between? Are they between the full legislature? No, they're not. These are, and by the way, the title of the emails are Thoughts on Right to Work Law, not about the survey. So I'm tired of hearing it is time that we get down to talking about what the truth is. And I do agree with some of the speakers. There were a lot more workers when the unions were stronger. As the unions went down, jobs left this state. Let's have a serious discussion. It's one that's not an attack on unions like we heard the most disgraceful thing I've heard in 40 years, the attack by Senator Carnes when he called these hard-working people freeloaders. It's time to have a real discussion about right to work.
House will come to order, please. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Corky DeMarco, followed by Gary Zuckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Corky DeMarco. I'm the Executive Director of the West Virginia Oil and Natural Gas Association. And for the record, our household was a union household when I was growing up. My father was a member of Teamsters 175. There was also Carbide had its headquarters in Charleston, West Virginia. And there were other Fortune 500 companies that were based in West Virginia. But that was then and this is now. I testified the other day in front of a committee, and I said we're waiting on pipelines to be built. We're waiting on FERC approval. It's $550 billion for the West Virginia segment of those pipelines. And those pipelines will need another 18,000 new employees to build them. And I can tell you today that the majority of those employees building those pipelines will be union workers. We use the union workers because they're well trained, they're well skilled, and they are working for the companies that we generally contract with. But what's really concerning to me is we live in the area encompassing the largest mountain range in the world and the oldest mountain range in the world, the Appalachians, 480 million years old. We're blessed with the best coal and the best oil and most natural gas in the world. You know, we're hard at work trying to extract these minerals, and we have been for a long time. There's 3 associations that are 100 years old in 2015. The Coal Association, the Manufacturers Association, and the Oil and Gas Association in West Virginia. And that's for a reason. That's for a reason we're so blessed with navigable rivers. If you look around, there's not very many states east of the Mississippi that have navigable rivers. The other thing that we are blessed with is we're blessed with the opportunity. And I think we need to seize these opportunities, use the resources that we're given. You know, it was kind of disconcerting on my way in here today. I heard the first tanker, super tanker, is going to be filled with ethane today and shipped to Western Europe. You know what, folks? We need to do whatever it takes to get businesses to come here. You know, we have the resources, we have the transportation. Incidentally, Huntington, West Virginia is the largest inland seaport in the United States, and we're not taking advantage of that. So I'm here to talk about economic development. If the folks around us are doing better than we are, we need to change what we're doing. And you know what? I heard people say, well, it's flat land. Well, you know what? We got the best flat land makers in the world right now, and they're unemployed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Gary Zuckett, followed by Jason Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Gary Zuckett. I'm Executive Director of West Virginia Citizen Action, who for 42 years has been working to empower citizens to have more input in public policy. I appreciate the chance to speak to the committee today. We're here to oppose the so-called Workplace Freedom Act. Now, who would oppose workplace freedom? I submit to you that this is a misnamed bill. By federal law, when workers have a democratic election in the workplace, the union representatives have to represent every single worker in that workplace. And even if they're not paying, if they don't pay union dues, then what we're looking at is, I think this is a better name, the Workplace Freeloaders Act. As has been described, what we have here is people in the workplace getting union benefits without paying for it. And we have a lot of, interesting arguments on both sides. It seems like we have 2 different realities here in this room. But I'd like to make some predictions. I really think that seeing the makeup of this committee and of this legislature, that this bill is likely to pass out of this committee, out of this chamber, probably out of this legislature. However, I think there will be another vote on this war on workers agenda, and that vote, the final vote on that, will be in November, when your employers, the citizens of West Virginia weigh in on your job evaluations. Thank you very much.
House will come to order, please. Jason Huffman. Thank you, Mr. Zuckett.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here on behalf of thousands of Americans for Prosperity activists across the state of West Virginia. Yesterday, I sat in a gallery above this chamber and listened as certain members of this body opposed a measure that would save the taxpayers of this state millions upon millions of dollars. Their single objection, seemingly, was that they needed more information from our state universities regarding the economic impact that that measure would have on West Virginia. Well, to those ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, this is your lucky day, because we have one of the top economists from WVU who has weighed in on this bill we're discussing today, right to work. And if that doesn't jive with the facts that you would like to have, that's unfortunate. But that study states that if West Virginia becomes the 26th right-to-work state, not only will our gross domestic product increase, but so will our jobs. Let me say that again. Right to work will bring jobs to West Virginia. That's what the evidence suggests. How does right to work create jobs? I'll quote to you from a January 2013 edition of Site Selection magazine. These folks talk about how investors look at states and industries all the time. Quote, right to work status may not be absolutely necessary for a state to win a project, but in about half of all projects, the states that do not have right to work laws will probably be screened out of the running at the first stage, end quote. Folks, we're the only state in America right now where less than half of our population is working. And if you're like me, and like a lot of West Virginians, we're sick and tired of being in last place. We're sick and tired of it. And it's not going to take empty slogans that are posted on the borders of our state to bring jobs here. It's going to take decisive action. So once again, I'll tell you, on behalf of thousands of Americans for Prosperity activists across the state, and the 60% of Mountaineers who believe that unions should be a choice and not a mandate, we'd ask you to see through the scare tactics and do what's right for this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our presenters, and it also exhausts the time that has been reserved for this public hearing. However, I will ask those of you who are presenters, if you would linger in the hall outside, there may be questions from our members that they will make. We do have another public hearing scheduled, so I'll ask that you leave as quickly and quietly as you can. And finally, if you have written comments you haven't submitted but you'd like the committee to consider, please leave them in the front. Thank you. This hearing is adjourned.
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. Good morning, I'm Beth Voorhees. This has been a public hearing about Senate Bill 1, the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act, prohibiting any requirement that the person become or remain a member of a labor organization as a condition of employment. The next public hearing coming up in just a moment is a public hearing about House Bill 4012. The West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Delegate John Schott.
If you are here for the next public hearing and wish to present to the committee, there are sign-up sheets in the front. Please come forward and sign up.
That is Delegate John Schott, the chair of the House Judiciary Committee. You just saw him run the public hearing on Senate Bill 1, the Right to Work Bill, and now he will run another public hearing about House Bill 4012, the West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act. It will take a while for the last public hearing to leave the chamber and for the next people involved in the next public hearing to enter the chamber. Again, the West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act. The bill reads to ensure that in all cases where state action substantially burdens the exercise of religion, strict scrutiny is applied, and to provide a claim or defense to a person or persons whose exercise of religion is substantially burdened by state action. Social conservatives say that the law would stop the government from compelling people to do things they object to on a religious grounds. Those opposed say it would allow discrimination. You will hear citizens from both sides of this bill testify before the House Judiciary Committee as soon as this public hearing convenes. We will stick with the House chamber here on the West Virginia Channel until the next public hearing begins shortly. Good morning. You're tuned to coverage of the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We are awaiting this morning's second public hearing. We've just concluded a public hearing on Senate Bill 1, the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act, the Right to Work Bill. The next public hearing is about House Bill 4012.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're running a little behind, but we're going to try to get started here in just a moment.
You should have seen it. I mean, we just jammed so much stuff in there, and then we took a bunch of stuff out. It's completely different. One basically technical, clerical change. Each one to divide out each penalty section and give it to separate. But then it passed too, so I'm assuming that we're going to put it back together once it gets down. But I didn't know she updated this to look like the concept.
Pages of opposed, 1 page for. And that's going to be 1, 2, 3, exactly 60.
60?
Exactly 60.
All right.
What was this one?
Please take your seats. We're ready to begin this public hearing. Let's give them a minute. Good morning and welcome to a public hearing being conducted by the House Committee on Judiciary. The subject of this hearing is to receive input by our committee members with regard to House Bill 4012, which is entitled the West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Let me begin by saying, ladies and gentlemen, this hearing is being streamed both audio and video. So please keep that in mind. We ask that you refrain from any outbursts, either in favor or opposed. It does infringe upon the time that speakers have that they want to provide input to the committee. We also ask that speakers that you refrain from any personal comments. Keep in mind this is being streamed and you could open yourself up to potential liability for remarks that are otherwise inappropriate. We have a number of speakers. It looks like about 60. And so we're going to alternate as best we can between those who've signed up as pro or other words in favor of the legislation and those opposed. But unfortunately, with that many speakers and the limited amount of time we have available, we're going to have to ask you reserve about 1 minute for your comments. So there's not going to be a lot of time. If you'll notice, the podium is equipped with a box with a red light on it, and that red light will light up when your time is gone. If you would, when you see that light come on, please wrap up your comments. We will call 2 people, the first of which will be the speaker, then the second person will be on deck, so to speak. So if we say followed by in your name, please come up close to the podium so you're ready to go when the speaker that precedes you is complete. If you have written materials you want the committee to consider, please file them with the clerk. That's the gentleman, second gentleman to my left. Mark, will you raise your hand? Mark, raise your hand. That's our clerk. So if you have written materials, you can file them with Mark, or this is Kim. She's the executive assistant to the committee. You can file them with her. All right, we'll begin with.
It's actually supposed to be on that.
Okay.
Just told me he signed up on the wrong list.
Jeremy Brannon, I think it is. Jeremy Brannon, and he will be followed by Ricardo Martin.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Brannon. I am here in
slavery, convict leasing, forced servitude, Jim Crow, property damage, attack dogs, people clad in white sheets with white hoods. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 saw human rights gained that were too long denied. We've come too far to turn back. My mother just celebrated her 99th birthday. She was present for the March on Washington and had an opportunity to witness firsthand the speech given by the late great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the I Have a Dream speech. We've come too far to turn back now. Prejudice, irrational suspicion or hatred of a particular group, race, or religion, detriment or injury caused to a person by the preconceived and unfavorable conviction of another or others, to affect injuriously or detrimentally by some judgment or act. We've come too far to turn back. If you want to spend time and energy on a bill associated with religious freedom, spend that time and energy ushering prayer back into our schools, the 10 Commandments on the wall in the back of this hallowed hall. Spend time doing that. I close with this. Then shall he say, for I was hungry, and you gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. Was a stranger, and you took me not in. Naked, and ye clothed me not. Sick and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee hungry, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer them, saying, verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. Check yourself, legislators.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Murdoch, followed by Alan Witt.
Justin Murdoch. I am a Christian. I'm a small businessman from Huntington. As a Christian small businessman, I can't imagine turning anyone away from the services that I offer. We serve the disabled. And there was a time when folks thought the people that were disabled were demon-possessed, impure of spirit. So under this law, I guess I could have turned my customers away for service. I don't believe that's doing unto others as we would have them do unto us. I would implore some committee member of the judiciary to please amend this bill to save me the indignity of going into a place and being humiliated by being denied service. I would like for anyone using the exemption that this bill would allow to have to post so right on their front door. If you're not going to serve me based on your religious beliefs, just put right on your front door, no Jews, no blacks, no Muslims, no gays, and that'll save us the hassle and the indignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Alan Witt, followed by Herb Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't need all of my 60 seconds. I'm the president of the Family Policy Council of West Virginia. My name is Alan Witt. We are in support of HB 4012. We want to say thank you to the members who sponsored this bill. This is good legislation every West Virginian can be proud of. My constituency, who is in support of this bill, will not need to put any kind of sticker on our windows because we'll serve everybody who walks in the door. That's never been an issue. Never been an issue. But it's ridiculous to ask every business to participate in every possible type of event, every type of business opportunity. You have to have the right to be able to follow your business mission. And HB 4012 will allow a fair hearing in the event people get into a dispute. We're having a fair hearing today. It's working out pretty good. Everybody's going to get their say. That's all this bill does. It allows people a day in court to be able to decide these things. And we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. Herb Montgomery, followed by Barbara Steinke.
My name is Herb Montgomery. I'm from Lewisburg, West Virginia. I am a pastor, I am a father, and I am a director of a faith-based nonprofit here in this state. There are serious problems with House Bill 4012, and that is that it's just written too broadly. It needs some more direction. I share something with Sherbert versus Werner, who's based in this bill. I, too, was raised a Seventh-day Adventist. I was raised in a religious minority. I understand what religious liberty and freedoms mean to religious minorities. But both Yoder versus Wisconsin and in Sherbert versus Vernon, they were not involved in a situation where that could be divorced from compulsion or could be separated from beliefs that were not part of a larger system of religious beliefs. When this law was passed in Indiana, shortly after, there cropped up the first church of cannabis. That's just an insult to religious freedom, not against cannabis, just against a church that would claim that as their religious belief. There is good that's done towards religion, that's done by religion. I don't think that any state legislature would want to limit religion in its good, but religion also has a long history of also producing harm towards minorities. So where we want to not restrict the good that religion would do, we want to also not give, according to our state constitution, undue privilege and undue advantages to religions where they could do harm to others that others cannot do. Respecting establishments, this would once again bring us back to a time like in the 60s, where under the name of religious liberty, white segregation academies or Christian schools could be resurrected, not to protect Christianity, but to avoid integration under the guise of religious freedom.
Mr. Montgomery, please wrap up your comments.
Women have been the victims of religious freedom as well. And today, if this goes through, my fear is that those who we work for in the LGBT community will also suffer ongoing tremendous religious abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Barbara Steinke, followed by Joshua Hickenbottom.
My name is Barbara Steinke. I'm a citizen of Charleston, West Virginia. I actually moved here in 1983 because of a job offering. So I came because of a job, which is really refreshing, and fell in love with this state. I also believe in religious freedom, the right to worship in your church, your mosque, your synagogue, the right to worship at home and with your community of friends. I do not believe in the freedom to discriminate, though. Those who would discriminate against people like me have the power to really bring a humility to me and my family. My previous partner and I raised a son here in Charleston. He currently goes to WVU. He's very successful. I can't imagine bringing him into a restaurant when he was younger and being refused service because someone didn't like our family structure. Think about what that would mean for a family or for a couple or for an individual. Our state has a lot of challenges. We need to improve our infrastructure, improve our environment, improve our job situation. We need to welcome everyone to this state. We need to bring young people in and stop the outflow of young people leaving. Mountaineers are always free. They're free to be who they are, to practice their religious freedom, but not to discriminate against others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steinke. Joshua Hickenbotham, followed by Elizabeth Quacksank. I'm sorry, I can't read this. I hope you know who you are. Elizabeth Quayle Quacksank.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Kurt Higginbotham, and I'm a proud resident of Putnam County. Let me begin by saying that I'm a Christian. My faith teaches us to treat all people the way I would want to be treated, no matter what they believe, no matter what God they worship, how rich or poor they are, and yes, even who they love. Like every person of faith, I want to have the freedom to carry out my religion without fear of persecution in all aspects of my life. But as the Golden Rule says, we must also allow others to have this same opportunity. So that's why I support religious freedom, because it allows for religious minorities to practice their faith, knowing that they can do so without fear of persecution. Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, and all persons of any faith can feel welcome here in West Virginia to work, to open a business here, to send their children to school, to live here. Supporting this bill does more than defend Christians. It benefits persons of all faiths. So I encourage you to support religious freedom because it will make West Virginia more diverse and therefore a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickenbotham. I don't know if I want to try that again. I'm glad if you would straighten us out on the pronunciation, and you will be followed by Gerald Beller. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Opyoke Crookshank.
Crookshank.
One's mine and one's my ex-husband's last name.
All right. Thank you.
I am here today as a resident of West Virginia and South Carolina. I choose West Virginia as my home state most of the time because I love her mountains and I love the freedoms that I'm provided here as a woman and as an atheist. One of the last conversations I had with my grandmother before she died, she was like, Chada, why do you go out and fight every day for women, for what you believe in? I had these fights 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I was able to stand up and I was able to march for women for your fights so that you would not have to do this. And I looked at her and I started crying. I said, Grandma, because we still have to fight. It's ridiculous. And I'm afraid that these bills that keep coming up in West Virginia will force me to go back. Who would have thought to South Carolina, which has more freedoms than West Virginia, my home state, where West Virginia should always be free. Mountaineers should always be free. But my goodness, there's fresh shrimp all the time in South Carolina, even though it might not be as free, but the weather's better there. But I don't want to do that. I want to live in West Virginia. I want to raise my 19-year-old son in West Virginia because we're free here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beller, followed by Father Brian O'Donnell.
Hello, I'm Gerald Beller. I'm representing myself here, but I like several other groups here too. I want to make the economic argument. Everybody's making some strong moral cases, and I think they are strong. But the fact is that if you look at the bill that was just passed in Indiana, I think this bill is modeled after that. I might be mistaken. A very broad bill. There was a huge business opposition. The Fortune 500 companies, the vast majority, have non-discrimination rules based on LGBT criteria. And I want to mention some of these major corporations that were opposed to this bill and ask what impact would this opposition have to investment in this state and getting jobs, which we need so badly. With Angie's List, I don't know if anybody's gotten contractors to Angie's List, where you get connections with small business people to work on your house, your business, or something like that. Eli Lilly and Company, Cummins, which is the largest diesel manufacturing operation in the world. Roche Diagnostics, Dow Agro Sciences, Apple, you've heard of Apple. PayPal, Warren Buffett and his huge organization. There's also been opposition from Salesforce Incorporated, which provides technical advice to companies through the internet, through electronic communication, social media, for businesses to develop customers. They've actually asked, with the passage of this law, for many of the businesses they're associated with to stop investing in Indiana. Is that what we want here? There's also a lot of opposition, of course, from intercollegiate sports organizations, NCAA, the National Basketball Association. When a similar bill was passed in Arizona, the governor
Mr. Beller, please wrap up your comments.
Yes, vetoed the bill because of the impact that would have on providing conventions and the kind of business that Charleston so much depends upon when they come here. So, in other words, I think that there's a strong economic argument against this bill, as well as a strong moral one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beller. Father Brian O'Donnell, followed by Margarita Hutchins.
I'm Brian O'Donnell. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Catholic Conference of West Virginia. And I guess I'm here to report that the Catholic Church and many others are very pleased with the federal version of this bill, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. 20 years old, there's a long track record on this. It's proven to be a very balanced way of adjudicating religious liberty questions versus other issues. Interestingly, major beneficiaries of this federal RFRA and the state statutes, there may be 20 of them, that are carefully based on the federal RFRA. 4012 is carefully based on the federal RFRA. You can certainly see that if you compare the two. They really have provided a good track record. A lot of minorities in recent years, minority religions, Sikhs, Native American, Muslim, have benefited from this. So we're urging passage of this bill. The motivation for such reference is simply to protect the religious freedom of citizens, period. As I say, these bills have proven a mechanism for allowing our nation to negotiate religious liberty claims while respecting the rights and well-being of fellow citizens and society generally, without legislatures playing favorites or tilting the playing field one way or the other. We urge passage of this bill because it really is zeroing in on the religious freedom question, and it isn't getting into any of this discrimination business. Thank you.
Thank you. Margarita Hutchins, followed by Carrie Megan Quick Blanco.
Marquita Hutchins, priest, St. John's Episcopal Church in Charleston. The longing of all religion has as its source in the Creator the well-being of every human being. Religion at the core is designed to respect the dignity of every human being. Governments are designed to protect the dignity of every human being. And so any legislation that is designed to discriminate or to legislate what the human being can or cannot do related to just basic choices of life has missed the point. The point is humanity, the basic dignity of every human being, and when we have the opportunity to do that, to care for the common good and legislate for the common good, then we are not dividing or discriminating. We are simply working together to cooperate, to build this world into a better place. We are designed for peace, and when we move toward hate, violence, or discrimination of any sort, we have moved against the Creator. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Carrie Megan Quick Blanco, followed by Brandon Hawley.
You're tuned to coverage of the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. A public hearing right now about House Bill 4012.
My name is Carrie Megan Quick Blanco. I'm from Huntington, West Virginia. And I just want to take a moment to talk about the Religious Freedom Restoration Act and say more than anything, I'm confused. The title of this act says that we had religious freedom at some point and it was taken away. And therefore it needs restored. Fortunately, we live in the United States and in West Virginia where we already have religious freedom. So this shouldn't even be an issue for us. This bill is bad for the economy. It's bad for our state, and it's bad for our people. I really urge the legislators to think with their head and not with their hearts on this bill. I'm tired of our state being recognized for negative things across the country. I want West Virginia to be recognized for positive things. I urge us to learn from the mistakes that the state of Indiana made and to not move forward with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blanco. Brandon Hawley, followed by Margaret Chapman Pompano.
My name is Brandon Hawley, and I'm the pastor of iHeart Church in Beckley, West Virginia. And I believe we're here today because of a misconception of what the First Amendment covers. The First Amendment talks about the exercise of the freedom of religion. And the problem is that a lot of people restrict religion to the doors of the church. But the church is just a building. The real true church is the people that are in the church that make up the church. And there are people that would want people to believe that people of faith need to check their religious beliefs at the door when they leave church instead of carrying them out. And by doing so, that causes a true person of faith to deny who they are as being a member of the church and holding deeply held religious beliefs. In our country today, we have high school cheerleaders that are being sued because they make banners that say, "We can do all things through Christ." We have Navy chaplains who are being fired because they use the Bible for counseling and for teaching. We have football coaches that are being told that they are not allowed to kneel after a game and thank God for a victory or for no major injuries in a football game, or they would lose their job or their position. By all of these things happening, it is restricting religious freedom. And we ask that the members of this committee and our senators and delegates continue to protect religious freedom. RFRA is not a discrimination bill for people of faith to discriminate against others. It is a bill to protect people of faith from being discriminated against. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Ms. Pompanio, followed by Elizabeth Brunello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Margaret Chapman Pomponio, and I speak to you today not only as Executive Director of West Virginia Free, a statewide reproductive health and justice nonprofit representing more than 8,000 people around the state, but also as a mother and as an active Episcopalian. We urge your rejection of House Bill 4012. I understand the importance of religion to us West Virginians, but the fact is special exemptions like RFRA allow people to claim that laws don't apply to them. We all remember the firestorm around the Supreme Court decision in Hobby Lobby. That decision has at its core the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. In that case, they allowed certain companies to refuse to follow federal law requiring insurance coverage of birth control. This means that women working for these companies, including the tens of thousands who work for Hobby Lobby, no longer had a health benefit in insurance that they earned through their work and paid for through their premiums. It made it more difficult for women to access basic health care. As one employee said, birth control coverage should be important for everyone, not just women. She said, "I am a mother of one child and one on the way. And without birth control, I could have been pregnant a lot sooner than I would have liked. I think it should be readily available for any woman who wants to take responsibility for her life." Healthcare providers in other states have refused emergency birth control to rape survivors, claiming that it would violate their religious beliefs. In another case, a patient was denied HIV medication. In another case, a healthcare worker refused to care for a newborn because the baby's parents were lesbians. A newborn baby suffered. This is unthinkable. That is discrimination. I suggest to you that it is cruel. It is not at all in the spirit of love or Christianity. It is not religious freedom. It is the freedom to discriminate against certain classes of people. We urge you to consider what I hope are the unintended consequences of this bill. And as a mother, I plead with you to keep West Virginia a state, a place that our children can be proud of. We call upon your compassion and urge your rejection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Pompanio. Elizabeth Brunello, followed by John Jordan.
Hello. I'll keep this very short. My name's Elizabeth Brunello. I'm with the American Friends Service Committee, and I'm speaking today on behalf of one of my students from Mingo County. Hello, I'm Danny Newsom, or as very few people know me as Dirk. The reason only few people know me as Dirk is because of the discrimination that transgender people like myself face, and the prejudice against those like me is everywhere. House Bill 4012, Religious Freedom Restoration Act, allows people to discriminate based on religious views. This includes, but is not limited to, sexual orientation and gender identity. I'm asking you to not pass
4012, the archaic West Virginia religious freedom.
Religious freedom is the lifeblood of the American people, the cornerstone of American government. That's a quote by Cardinal Timothy Dolan. All are free to believe or not believe. All are free to practice a faith or not, but those who believe must be free to speak of and act on their belief, to apply moral teaching to public questions. That's a quote by former President Ronald Reagan. I am here in support of HB Bill 4012, House Bill 4012, and because I believe that it is, as it's already been spoken, a Christian faith, any faith, is to be lived outside the walls of their church, their temple, their mosque, wherever it is. They should be free to live that belief wherever they are. One final thing I would share with you is Another quote, our government was founded on faith. Government must never promote a religion, of course, but it is duty bound to promote religious liberty, and it must never put the believer at the disadvantage because of his belief. That's what this bill does. It enables believers to live out their faith and not be at a disadvantage. It's the duty of everyone to defend religious freedom and promote it all for all people. That's Pope Francis. I don't understand why people would want to oppose this type of religious freedom bill.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Frank Hartman, followed by Vicki Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Frank Hartman, and I'm here to speak in opposition of House Bill 4012, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, on behalf of my client, Planned Parenthood Action Fund. I'm also here as a father and as a very inactive practicing Methodist. I mean, I'm the least active practicing Methodist in all of West Virginia. But religious freedom is a fundamental right. The Constitution protects not only the right to believe or not believe, but also the right to express and to manifest religious beliefs. We have the absolute right to believe whatever we want about God, faith, and religion, and we have the right to act on our beliefs unless those actions harm others. Religious freedom doesn't give us the right to impose our beliefs on others or to harm other people. Freedom means freedom for everyone, and it's wrong to treat people differently because of who they are. If House Bill 4012 passes, it could give people the right to argue that civil rights and non-discrimination laws, child abuse laws, and domestic violence laws don't apply to them. This is about simple fairness. One of our most important values is treating others the way we want to be treated, and creating new laws that go against that principle hurts us all. We urge that you oppose that bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Vicki Wolf, followed by Melody Potter.
I'm Vicki Wolf, and I'm all for freedom of religion as long as it doesn't interfere with someone else's freedom from religion, if that is what he or she wants. And there's not a person in the room who would like feeling oppressed or burdened by religious beliefs with which he or she does not agree. Everyone here is probably aware that the Bible was used to justify slavery, and it is to our credit that in spite of what the Bible says, humanity finally figured out that owning other people is not a good thing to do, and today, slavery is abhorrent and extremely uncommon. Science tells us that homosexuality is not a choice. According to what I've read, it's mostly the result of lack of exposure to particular hormones at critical times in the uterus, and I think gay people will tell you it wasn't something they chose for themselves. Speaking for myself, I couldn't choose to be attracted to a person of the same gender, and it's no more a choice for gay people than it is for heterosexuals. So this bill would allow discrimination on the basis of something that's no more a choice than is the person's gender or race. Eventually, humanity will figure out that this is wrong, just like we figured out that slavery was wrong. RFRA bills like this will be viewed in the same way that we now look back at George Wallace when he stood in a doorway and denied entry to a group of people because of a characteristic over which those people had no control. Please don't be George Wallace. Please don't advance this hateful, intolerant bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Melody Potter, followed by Tanya Thomas.
Good morning. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I'm in support of HB 4012. My name is Melody Potter. I'm the Republican National Committee woman representing West Virginia. I'm a Sunday school teacher. 21 states already have RFRA. And I'll tell you why we need it. I've heard a lot of different things, but here are some facts. People of faith are the ones that are being discriminated against. If you all have been following the news, Melissa's Sweet Cakes in Oregon, the wedding industry has been hit hard by gay rights activists. They had to close their business down because they refused, based on religious reasons, to bake a cake for a gay ceremony. They were so bombarded by mob-like tactics and received death threats and terrible, vicious emails that they closed their business down. A Christian photographer in New Mexico refused to take pictures for a gay ceremony. She was sued, had to pay $6,000 plus court costs. A little girl riding on a school bus in Indiana voiced her religious beliefs on abortion. She was pro-life, and she was pro-marriage between one man and one woman. The school bus driver verbally abused her, and the district took up for the school bus driver. That's the reality of what we are dealing with. Our religious freedoms go beyond the church walls, and I'm going to wrap it up. I know I'd like to ask opportunity to read this. The Republican National Committee in May adopted a resolution unanimously, a resolution affirming Religious Freedom Restoration Acts. I'm just going to read part of it because I know I'm out of time. Whereas human dignity and religious conscience have both been respected and upheld by RFRA, therefore be it resolved. The Republican National Committee stands firm in upholding natural, human, constitutional, and under the RFRA statutory rights of religious freedom. Resolved, the Republican National Committee supports and encourages states' actions to enact laws that mirror the federal RFRA to protect citizens' rights to lead all aspects of their lives according to their deeply held religious beliefs. And resolved, the Republican National Committee maintains today that religious freedom continues to be a critically important factor in sustaining the legacy of freedom in America. My closing statement, people of faith, people of family, people who believe in the United States Constitution, it's time for us to stand up. It's time for us to do something. Our nation is at stake. And I urge the passage of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Tanya Thomas, followed by Linda Workman.
Oh, thank you. My name is Tanya Thomas, and I am here on behalf of the West Virginia Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Our programs serve all 55 counties in the state and struggle every day to connect people who are victims and survivors of violence with government and private sector services. They are life-saving services, and I can't imagine a state where somebody wants to go seek a service that could potentially save their life to be turned away. So on behalf of the West Virginia Coalition Against Domestic Violence, we urge you to please reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Linda Workman, followed by Darius Westover.
Thank you. My name is Linda Redding Workman, citizen of South Charleston. And I will tell you that I never speak in front of people because it terrifies me. But this matters enough to me that I'm doing it. I'm here. I've heard several people today say that we're trying to protect the religious freedom of certain individuals. And why should we expect them to use that to discriminate? But I think our history has shown that that is what has happened. People use their religious beliefs during the civil rights wars in the early part of the previous century. Forever, people have used religion as an excuse to discriminate. They've justified hurting other people in the name of religion. I ask you to please vote against this bill. I ask you to respond to the call of our Savior, Jesus Christ, to live into what He has called us to. We're better than this. As Christians, we're better than this. As West Virginians, we're better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. Mr. Westover, and he will be followed by Travis Baldwin.
My name is Dennis Westover. I'd like to speak in favor of the passage of House Bill 4012. I find it ironic that in a nation founded on religious freedom, by purpose and intent to escape from religious not freedom, we now have a Religious Freedom Restoration Act even being considered, and they've had to be passed. The bill, as I understand it and as I read it, simply guarantees me the fact that I'll be able to live out my faith in the world without my government impinging upon that. unless there's some really good reason, and if there's a good reason, they have to use the least restrictive means to mediate whatever the problem is. We are an interactive people. We have to work with each other. And my faith may bump into your faith. This bill provides a solution to that. It guarantees a day in court for both of us. I've heard all manner of things here, all manner of social issues. This, as I see it, is a bill that remediates it, that gives us a chance to work out those issues in court when they arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westover. Travis Baldwin, followed by Jamie Lynn Crofts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Travis Baldwin. I'm president of the Straight and Gay Alliance at St. John's. I stand in opposition to House Bill 4012, which I believe is designed to divide and build walls between the citizens of West Virginia. As a native son of West Virginia, I believe in our state's motto, "Mountaineers are always free," and in our nation's belief in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for every citizen. As a person of faith, and as a father and a grandfather, I have taught my children to accept all people, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or any other condition. I have taught them to be in service to all people and to respect everyone. This bill is not good for business, particularly at a time when we have and are still experiencing drastic losses in our population and job opportunities for young people. House Bill 4012 is a barrier for those companies and businesses and workers who desire to move here, raise their families, and make West Virginia strong and to keep it free. Indiana has learned its lesson. Let us not repeat their mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Jamie Lynn Crofts, followed by Dr. Jerry Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, we're rapidly running out of time before our 11 o'clock floor session, so I'd ask that you please pay close attention to the red light and wrap up your comments as soon as you see that light coming on. Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Crofts.
Hi, my name is Jamie Lynn Crofts. I know some of the people here in this room, but I'm not here today as a lawyer. I'm here today as a person who cares about equality and as a bisexual woman. I'm a relatively new West Virginian, but I love it here. This is where I'm meant to be. And when I moved here, the first thing that I fell in love with was the people. Like Governor Tomblin said last year, our state is a place that's known for its kindness and hospitality and the tradition of treating each other with dignity and respect. And he was right. West Virginia is that place. But this bill seeks to undo that. This bill seeks to drive a wedge between us where none exists. This bill seeks to legalize discrimination. Should I be forced to wear a badge identifying myself as bisexual before a restaurant can decide whether it wants to serve me? Should people in interfaith or interracial or same-sex marriages be forced to disclose the name, race, and gender of their spouse before making a hotel reservation? Should unmarried fathers and mothers be forced to wear scarlet A's on their chest while crib shopping? The proponents of this bill say that it's about freedom, but that's not what's at issue here. At issue here is equality and morality, and everyone's right to live freely. At issue here is our love and compassion and acceptance of each other. And for that reason, I ask you to vote no on HB 4012.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Jamie Lynn Crofts, followed by Pastor Bartlett.
Good morning, honorable delegates. I'm Dr. Gerald Fisher, Executive Director of West Virginia Christian Education Association. I'm also a Christian lay leader in my church and community, and also in my profession of Christian education service to the families of West Virginia. I believe that Religious Freedom Restoration Act is an opportunity for the legislature of West Virginia to see to it that everyone gets a fair hearing. Freedom of religion and speech are important liberties to all Americans. This bill will provide fairness and balance when a West Virginian's constitutionally protected freedoms and the government's processes conflict. The West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act would protect every person's freedom from government intrusion, regardless of our faith as Christians, or any religious faith, or political party, or race, creed, or any other, to be free to live and work according to our faith without fear of being punished by our government. Thank you.
And thank you, sir. Pastor Bartlett, I'm sorry, I can't read the first name. Kevin. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Pastor Bartlett. You'll be followed by Betty Rivard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Kevin Bartlett, pastor of the Maranatha Baptist Church, north side of Charleston. And I stand today and urge the members to support the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, a bill modeled after federal statute signed into law by President Bill Clinton. And for me, this issue goes right to the heart of American freedoms. Our most critical national document includes the First Amendment from the Bill of Rights, that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. It is our basic constitutional concept that folks of religious belief are to be free to exercise those beliefs. And this act gives those folks, business owners and the like, a fair hearing in a court. Does not justify their actions, but it gives them an opportunity themselves to justify their deeply held religious beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Bartlett. Betty Rivard, followed by Gary Zuckett.
My name is Betty Rivard, and I'm here as an independent advocate on issues that I care about. I'm as upset about this bill as anything in 25 years of being in and out of the Capitol, and I oppose this bill. I think it's so vaguely written that I can't understand all of the implications, but it sends the wrong signal about our state. I've lived through the gains of the movements for civil rights, women's rights, and gay rights. I never thought we would try to go back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I can't fathom the mindset that this bill is coming from. I can't imagine my cousin and her partner and their children coming to visit from California and being turned away from a cab ride or a hotel. This is not the hospitality that I know and love here. I can't help but wonder if this bill would let me challenge laws in the name of my own church's commitment to love. So if a bill doesn't support love, I would be able to challenge it. It would be cool, but I don't want to take that risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rivard. Gary Zuckett. Mr. Zuckett will be followed by Dustin Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gary Zuckett. I'm Executive Director of West Virginia Citizen Action Group, and we are here today to oppose House Bill 4012. We do support all citizens' right to express their personal religious beliefs. We think this is a misguided public policy as it's written up. We feel that it would hurt West Virginia's business and business climate and economy, because we rely a lot on tourism and conventions in this state, and we've seen what happened in other states. But mainly, religious freedom is already protected. Under the First Amendment of the Constitution, we have some of the strongest religious freedom protections in the world. And what this bill will do will open up a big can of worms. It's a murky, open-ended, free-for-all that will let anyone choose which laws they want to obey. This is not the way to run a civil society. We feel you should believe what you should like, but follow the laws of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuckett. Dustin Lewis, followed by Connie Gratop Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dustin Lewis, and I live in the 4th District of the State Senate. I build natural gas pipelines for a living all over the state, but my most important job is being a husband to my wife and a daddy to my kids. I'm no better than anybody else, but truth is I'm a long way from being the man I really ought to be. But God's changing me for the better. He's brought me a long way from the boy I used to be. But I've got to tell you, I got discouraged last session when I heard that some legislatures no longer had the appetite for taking up bills that defend good moral people. No appetite. How in the world would Jackson County and the 4th District of this whole state is starving for good moral leadership? Excuse me. So when I heard about this bill, I came down here to say, that's more like it, defending my religious freedom. That's more like it, defending my religious freedom will renew my faith in you. That's good, inspirational leadership that makes me want to be a better person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Connie Gratop Lewis, followed by Julie Harden.
Good morning. It's hard to collect my thoughts after all of these eloquent and heartfelt remarks on both sides of this issue. My name is Connie Graytop Lewis. I'm a Quaker. When my child was in school in Kanawha County, he was the only Quaker in the entire school system, the largest in the state. I have never felt discriminated against because of my faith, which is kind of an odd one in the eyes even of many Christians. But I look at this bill, and I look at how broadly worded it is, and I wonder what the impacts would be on my child and my grandchildren. I wonder what the impacts would be on people that I love, and my friends and coworkers, and the business people who are trying to grow their businesses. I wonder what the impacts would be on the development office. We have been talking in this legislature for years about the need to grow the economy. This is the kind of bill that would add to the list of burdens that West Virginia has or appears to have the businesses who want to come here. It is not good public policy. It should not become law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Julie Harden, followed by Pastor James Cheshire. Is Julie Harden here? I'm sorry, Warden. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Julie Warden, and I am from Charleston, West Virginia, but am now a resident of Jackson County, West Virginia. I am opposed to HB 4012 because this bill proposes one thing and one thing only: the ability for West Virginians to legally discriminate against one another. That's not the West Virginia I was born and raised in, and that is not the West Virginia that I want to raise my one-year-old little girl in. West Virginians deserve more, and our future generations deserve more. Today you have the opportunity. Please vote to move West Virginia forward with love and with kindness. Oppose HB 4012. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warden. Pastor James Cheshire, I hope I said that correctly. And he will be followed by Tisha Reed.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm James Chesler, pastor of the Keystone Apostolic Church. I'm also known as the Landslide Church. And in case you're wondering, we're still a little covered up at the moment. I'm here as a reminder, and that was a joke. I want to bring our attention this morning to a special place, a place that I was blessed to visit 2 years ago. It's a history lesson in itself. It's a symbol and a lesson to those who came before us and a beacon for those who may become lost in the future. It's called the Forefathers Monument. Stephen McDowell described it well. It was built in August 1st, 1889. It was built to honor our forefathers and their beliefs. Sadly, it is often forgotten and overlooked because it is located at the end of a nameless street in Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's a place I wish that all would visit at least some point in their life, or at least Google it. It stands at 81 feet tall and is currently the largest granite monument in the United States. It is an amazing thing for the eye to behold. At the center of the monument stands a woman, and she represents faith. She stands with an open Bible in her left hand and her right hand uplifted to heaven. Faith is at the center and the tallest point on the monument. She stands upon four things: morality, law, education, and liberty. I don't have time to tell you about each of these, but I want to talk about liberty. Liberty is represented by a man sitting in his prime. There is a slain lion with a paw on his right shoulder. His left arm shows lion skin and a foot, while behind his head is a lion's head. This slain creature represents spiritual tyranny, which pilgrims believe they were overcoming. The shackles of tyranny are broken, which are represented by chains on his hand, which lie broken, with the chain under his foot showing that tyranny is under submission. I fear today that our nation is losing its way. Liberty and freedom are under attack if we'll open our eyes to see it.
Pastor Chester, please wrap up your remarks.
I'm here to support today West Virginia Religious Freedom Act and pray that you make the right choice and do so.
Thank you. Tisha Reed, followed by Don Wilson.
Thanks, Delegate Schott. Hi, I'm Tisha Reed with West Virginia Free. House Bill 4012 wants to appear that it's open-armed and protective, but it really is just a judgmental, prune-faced bill that strives to make it okay to be unkind to certain groups of people based on an individual's perception. People who are our neighbors, teach our children, protect our citizens, and make our laws. House Bill 4012 is a license to discriminate and hinges on something called sincerely held belief. Racism is a sincerely held belief, and so is homophobia. Any one of us could be harmed by this law, and all it takes is a sincerely held belief. The golden rule, love your neighbor as yourself, is found in almost all religions and human cultures, and it's how we maintain peaceful societies. House Bill 4012 does not follow this basic principle. It allows people to treat others in ways they would not choose to be treated, and ways that are cruel. It's not a religious protection, it's a violation of religious beliefs. I encourage you to oppose House Bill 4012 and love your neighbor as yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Don Wilson, followed by Les or Joe Payton.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Don Wilson. I am the co-founder of Keep Your Faith Corporation. I'm also a candidate for the House of Delegates. As a former intern here at the legislature, I often heard talks of the brain drain and attracting and retaining young talent within this great state. Young professionals want a diverse, inclusive place to live, work, and play. This bill denies us of that and will only hurt our ability to retain and attract young talent. So why don't we figure out a way to be first in education instead of discrimination? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Les or Joe Payton? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Les Payton, and this is my 15-year-old son, Joe. We are here today in support of religious freedom. I am a retired Marine and a veteran of 3 wars. I spent over 2.5 years in the deserts of Kuwait, Iraq, and as well as the mountains of Afghanistan. Overall, I've spent 27 years of my life defending rights and freedoms of this great nation. Having been fired at many times and spent hundreds of hours over enemy terrain defending our freedoms endowed by our Creator, I believe no one should have to live in fear of unjust prosecution for their religious beliefs. And if you'll permit us, we'd just like to highlight a portion of the state constitution.
Since through divine providence we enjoy the blessings of civil, political, and religious liberty, we, the people of West Virginia, in and through the provisions of this Constitution, reaffirm our faith in and constant reliance upon God, and seek diligently to promote, preserve, and to perpetuate good government in the state of West Virginia, for the common welfare, freedom, and security of ourselves and our posterity. It is evident from the preamble, this state was created on firm religious beliefs. This bill will continue the legacy of protecting those values. We support this bill because it provides safeguards, a fair hearing, which is a simple day in court for everyone. And who could be against a fair hearing? Not just for your generation.
Please wrap up your remarks.
Yes,
Thank you.
But for all future generations of our mountain state, we pray that the Lord's will be done in this matter. God bless each of you, and God bless West Virginia.
Thank you. Dr. Derek Harmon, followed by Andwin Williams.
My name is Dr. Derek Harmon. I'm a board-certified family practitioner here in West Virginia, native from Bluefield, actually, living here in Charleston now. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to House Bill 4012, based on the profoundly overreaching and, as I believe, the unconsidered medical implications this would create. First, House Bill 4012 is so broadly worded that this enables healthcare providers to refuse treatment based upon religiously held beliefs. Under this bill, any doctor, nurse, paramedic, EMT could refuse patient care to a patient, including emergency care. Healthcare workers are currently legally and ethically bound to care for all patients. Our society's highest standard of obligatory treatment, no matter your church affiliation or your race or your sexual orientation or whatever makes you different, goes out the window with this bill. Healthcare is a human right. All members of our society have the right to not be turned away based upon someone else's judgment of who you are. Second issue I'd like to make is that this bill singles out the most vulnerable group of citizens, that's the children of West Virginia. This bill opens up the door to child medical neglect, and this is why the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly oppose bills such as these. Under this bill, parents can refuse life-saving treatment, life-altering therapy, and based upon the own parents' religious beliefs. Children of parents who refuse treatment based upon religious grounds need a voice, but with this bill, that voice is silenced. I urge that you please vote against House Bill 4012. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harmon. Andwin Williams, followed by John Kerry.
Hello, my name is Andwin Williams, and I am a former resident of Tucker County and a current resident of Kanawha County, but most importantly, I'm a proud West Virginian. One of the recent things that I celebrated, probably with most of you in this room, was the removal of West Virginia from the judicial hellhole list. I'm concerned that laws or bills like HB 4012 is going to put us back on that list. I also, when I read this list, the first person I actually thought of was my brother, who's currently unemployed and is a WVU graduate. So I'm making my comments today in solidarity with the unemployed. It is hard to find jobs out there, and bills like this make it harder for Fortune 500 companies to come in. Just some things I'd like to share with you. 2/3 of Fortune 500 companies offer explicit gender identity non-discrimination protections, and 1/3 of Fortune 500 companies offer transgender inclusive health care coverage. These Fortune 500 companies and other businesses will either pull out of our state if they're already here, or they will choose not to come in. West Virginia is currently open for business, and I ask that we remain as such. Thank you today for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. John Kerry, followed by Jill Rice.
My name is John Kerry, and I represent, who do I represent? I represent the Family Policy Council of West Virginia today. This bill merely allows us to be heard. This bill has passed in 21 states. 10 states have it on the books because of legislative action. And the types of things that are being said today, quite frankly, are not happening. West Virginia's RFRA will require the state court to weigh all the different and unique facts to determine if someone's free exercise of religion has been burdened. If the government has a compelling reason to cause that burden, and if the government's actions are the least burdensome means of achieving that reason. It enables everyone to be heard. And that was the problem with Smith. It said I didn't have to be heard. That's why is Senate Edward Kennedy, was he a bigot? He was not a bigot. He was the strong supporter for this legislation. He fought to have these protections even for prisoners. No RFRA, do not allow businesses to turn away customers or engage in discrimination as they see fit. Only a judge can apply a RFRA's balancing test. In no cases do RFRAs allow people to automatically appeal to religion to opt out of obeying a law. RFRAs do protect people of all faiths whose sincere beliefs are in danger of being unnecessarily burdened by the government, while winnowing out those using religion as a pretext to escape application of general laws. Please pass the RFRA. Please allow me to be heard. Please allow me to practice my faith in the public arena.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Jill Rice, followed by Mark Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jill Rice. I'm here today representing Opportunity West Virginia, which is a growing bipartisan movement committed to ensuring that West Virginia welcomes and retains an attractive and diverse workforce in a competitive economic climate. This growing movement consists of businesses, utilities, retailers, West Virginia University, job creators, major drivers of our state's economy, committed to growing jobs and opportunities in our state. We oppose this bill. To expand on the Indiana experience, Indiana's Economic Development and Tourism agencies announced this past April that it had to hire a global PR firm at a cost of $2 million to the state to rebuild the state's image in the wake of its passage of RFRA. 97% of Fortune 500 companies have strong diversity policies. We have a legislature that's heralded as pro-jobs. We keep hearing about a day in court and a fair hearing. Make no mistake, this legislature that's been recognized as having done comprehensive civil justice reform in 2015, we're talking about a new civil action. This legislature should oppose and reject House Bill 4012, and please reject this legislation. It will drive businesses away when we are working so hard to entice them to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Mark Cherry, followed by Larry Halsey.
Thank you. My name is Mark Cherry. I'm the general manager of the Embassy Suites Hotel in Charleston. I also serve on the executive committee for West Virginia Hospitality and Tourism Association and the board for the Convention and Visitors Bureau in Charleston. We are opposed to this bill. We believe it is bad legislation. It has, as the previous speaker said, has proven to be detrimental to business, and our business in hospitality is bringing people into this state, providing services to people without discriminating against them. We also employ 150 employees at the Embassy Suites Hotel, and I strongly urge that this bill be turned down, not just for the Embassy Suites, but also for the $100 million that the City of Charleston is right now spending building a civic center and building it out to be a world-class facility that may be put to significant detriment if this bill moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Larry Halsey, followed by Ramona Jackson.
Good morning. My name is Larry Halsey. I represent the Family Policy Council of West Virginia. It is an honor to address you. My first childhood memory was standing on the porch of my family's company-owned home in a coal camp in Wyoming County. My dad, who passed away in 2012, was a proud coal miner for 44 years, 42 years underground. I never heard Dad call in sick. He had an 8th grade education. King Coal has been good to our family for generations. In the 7th grade, I participated in the Golden Horseshoe West Virginia History Contest. I regret to report that I didn't win, but I learned the state's slogan, "Mountaineers are always free." Growing up in the mountains meant freedom to pursue one's dreams through hard work, independence, and perseverance, but it meant much more. I wrote a doctoral dissertation on the uniqueness, some would say the mysteriousness, of mountaineers and their culture. One characteristic Appalachian scholars recognize is that West Virginians are a religious people. The freedom to live out our faith is at the core of our history, our culture, and our world view. I have 2 granddaughters. I happen to have a picture. Noelle is 8, Addison is 9. They are mountaineers. Their parents are passionate that our girls be good citizens, a new generation of productive, proud mountaineers. The girls are also being taught principles of faith. I plead with you, please give the Religious Freedom Bill an objective hearing. Pass RFRA. Please allow my grandchildren and yours and thousands others to grow up in the beloved state with the same privileges and rights that has marked this people since the days they first carved out a homestead in the wilderness. The privilege and freedom to pursue dreams and gifts and religious faith without fear of censorship or legal retribution.
Thank you, Mr. Halsey. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to about 5 minutes, so please, the remaining speakers we're able to have, please observe the 1-minute time frame. Ramona Jackson, followed by Chris Weichel.
Hey, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Ramona Jackson. I am the General Manager of the Charleston Marriott. Marriott is on track to become the largest hotel company in the world, and we've found success by welcoming everyone at our hotels. We have long-standing policies against discrimination, and that's just part of our core values. We worry this bill runs directly counter to those values. It sends a signal to the rest of the country that West Virginia is not a place where all travelers will be welcomed. We shouldn't let this happen, especially as our hospitality sector works hard to continue post-recession growth. Let's work together on issues that bring everyone together to make our state great and not divide people. Thank you. I respectfully ask for a no vote to this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Chris Weichel, followed by Jonathan Comer.
My name is Chris Weichel, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the West Virginia Cable Telecommunications Association in Highmark, West Virginia, in opposition to HB 4012. We believe that HB 4012 would expose West Virginia employers to unjustified liabilities if employees assert a right that resulted in a company policy or law being violated, and either a customer or employee sued that company under the provisions of this bill. It creates a new civil action that would undo all of the justice reform that has been done by this great legislature in the year past. Our clients exist to serve their customers despite any physical, emotional, or other religious belief. Please do not place the significant legal reforms that were enacted by this legislature in danger. And I leave you with this, and this is me speaking personally. 1 Corinthians 13:13, and now these 3 things remain: faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love. Let's reject HB 4012 and pass love. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weichel. Jonathan Comer, and ladies and gentlemen, those of you who signed up to present today, we're sorry we've run out of time, but if you would like to submit written comments for the committee's consideration, please feel free to do so. Our clerk will accept those as well as our executive assistant following the public hearing. Mr. Comer?
Jonathan Comer, Lewisburg, West Virginia, Lewisburg Baptist Church, Lewisburg Christian Academy, Lewisburg Child Care Center, representing nearly 50 employees in the Lewisburg area, and I've come today to stand in favor of HB 4012. and I want to encourage this bill to be passed. And I, as a Christian and as a father of three beautiful girls, Emily, Lee, and Carly, I encourage this body to pass this bill and stand for religious freedom. I'm reminded of that verse. I'm certainly not a politician but a preacher, but I'm reminded of that verse in Matthew chapter 6 and verse 33, where the Bible says, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." And it's not what we do as a society, but it's just following the Lord Jesus Christ and allowing him to bless this great state that I was afforded the opportunity to be born in and to serve as a pastor in the Lewisburg area. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. And thank all of the presenters. We appreciate your input. Once again, if you weren't able to present, please feel free to submit written comments, which we'll distribute among our committee members. We are adjourned. Thank you. Yes, sir.
You've been watching live coverage of two public hearings this morning, the latest one on House Bill 4012, the West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act. And the first one at 8:30 this morning, a public hearing on Senate Bill 1, the West Virginia Workplace Freedom Act, also known as the Right to Work Bill. It is now time for the House and Senate to get into session here on the West Virginia Channel. We will be showing you the Senate live this morning. We will be recording the House of Delegates floor session and bring you that once the Senate session has ended. There are two bills on third reading up for passage in the Senate this morning. Senate Bill 262, eliminating the need for law enforcement to obtain court order prior to having access to inmate mail and phone recordings. Also up for passage, Senate Bill 290, assignment of wages by employers and payment by payroll card. Those two bills are up for passage in the Senate this morning. Among the bills on second reading, Senate Bill 14, limiting successor corporation asbestos-related liabilities. Senate Bill 146, establishing instruction standards for early childhood education. Senate Bill 202, authorizing the Department of Commerce to promulgate legislative rules. And Senate Bill 216, authorizing the Human Rights Commission to promulgate legislative rules relating to the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. Those are the bills up for passage and on second reading in the Senate today.
House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we are led in prayer today by Pastor Lee Dean. Pastor Dean is the guest of the lady from the 18th District, Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you very much. How many of you are running around like a crazy person today? You better raise your hand. I'm a pastor. Don't lie to me, all right? I don't know about you, but I need God's grace in my life to lead, guide, direct me in all that I do. So can we get in the right frame of mind and sing an old national anthem of the church, Amazing Grace? Just the first verse. Ready? Do it with me. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. 'Twas blind, but now I see. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father in heaven, we love you. We want to pause right now and just ask for your leadership, your guidance, your direction in all things done here today. And Lord, I know that these office holders and lawmakers have heard verses like Psalm 33:12 that says, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." And I pray we always keep that in the forefront of our minds and in the chambers of our heart, and we realize that that is a truth that we need to uphold. I pray the people in this room realize that there are people out there that do not just tear them down, but hold them up in prayer and support. I appreciate what everyone in this room and the other room all the way down the hall do, whether they have a D or an R beside their name. I pray that they allow themselves to be led, guided, and directed by you. I pray you enable them. I pray you empower them. And I pray you enlighten them. And I pray that we would all, in every aspect of our life, whether it's making laws and leading this state, I pray that we put to use what Proverbs chapter 3 tells us to do. Trust in the Lord with all our hearts, and lean not unto our own understanding, but in all our ways acknowledge you, and you will direct our paths. And above all, I pray that we all seek to be right with you, love you, serve you, and do everything we can to make this state what it should be for your glory and your honor. In Jesus Christ's name we pray, we ask, and we believe, and amen.
Members and guests will please remain standing as we're led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the delegate from the 18th Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will our guests in the gallery and our members please join me as we pay honor to our flag? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Wednesday, January 27th, 2016.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 64th Delegate Householder.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman from the 64th asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Journal be approved as having been read. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a citation presentation recognizing Equal Pay Day. To accept the citation, we have members of the Equal Pay Commission and others. Escorting our guests are delegates Fleischauer, Storch, Longstreth, Moore, White, Guthrie, Fritsch, Upson, Flanagan.
Okay, there you are.
Clerk, please read the citation.
Whereas January 29th is the 7th anniversary of the signing of the Lilly Ledbetter Equal Pay Act, and whereas the act restored the protection against pay discrimination that was stripped away by the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Ledbetter versus Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, and whereas because Lilly Ledbetter's employer forbade employees from discussing their wages, she was not aware that she had been earning considerably less than male managers for years. She won a $3.3 million verdict against Goodyear for pay discrimination, but never recovered anything because the court said she should have filed earlier. And whereas nationally, women earn only 78 cents to every dollar a man earns. In West Virginia, women earn even less, only 70 cents for every dollar earned by a man. And whereas West Virginia ranks 48th in the country when it comes to the gender pay gap, and whereas West Virginia legislators and legislators from more than 20 other states are introducing legislation to ensure women are paid equally for doing the same work as men. And whereas women working outside their homes work just as hard as men. Therefore, the House of Delegates of the West Virginia Legislature commends advocates for their efforts to achieve wage equality for all citizens.
Members will please be at ease a moment while I present the citation.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. Good morning, I'm Beth Voorhees. We are starting in the House live this morning. The House gavelled in first as the Senate was a little delayed in getting started this morning. We are recording today's Senate session and will bring you that as soon as today's House floor session is concluded. It should be a very short session. No bills are up for passage on the House floor today, and there are 5 bills on second reading.
Members will please escort our honored guests from the chamber. Introduction of guests. Lady from the 18th, Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of our Cabell delegation, I would like to welcome the West Virginia Association of Realtors Leadership Academy of 2016. They're in the North Gallery. And today with us, they're from different parts of the state. We have Jeanette Mansour and Zachary Rankin of the Huntington Board of Realtors, Robin Ruckel, and Jonathan Connor of the Morgantown Board of Realtors, Lisa Lyons of the Parkersburg Board of Realtors, Christy Whitaker of the Beckley Board of Realtors, and Stephanie Bowling with the Kanawha Valley Board of Realtors. Please make them feel welcome.
The lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some guests in the gallery today. On the gallery on my left, I have my little brother, John Paul, and his friends Brandon, Darian, and Tanner, and my pastor, Brandon Hawley. So if the guests in the chamber would please make them welcome.
The gentleman from the 2nd, Delegate Weld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery today, we have Miss Jenny Kirkbride, who is here on behalf of the court reporters in the state, and those are the people who record all the mumbo-jumbo that we attorneys say. So if she could stand, everybody make her feel welcome.
Lady from the 31st, Doggett Arbonne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somewhere in the gallery, and I'm not sure where he is today, but I'd like to welcome my pastor and Delegate O'Neill's pastor, Mr. Larry Halsey. Pastor Larry Halsey, if he's here, if he would stand and be recognized. He's here today for the Religious Freedom Rally, and I'd like everyone to give him a big welcome.
The gentleman from the 6th, Doggett Romine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is somewhat family day for me. I am honored to have with me today cousin Chuck Romine, a former delegate from down in the, I guess it's the 16th now, and also a candidate for the upcoming election. So I'd ask that he stand and the House make Cuz welcome.
John from the 45th, Doggett Hamilton.
On behalf of Delegate Lynch, Delegate Peggy Smith, and me, I'd like to introduce a group of, or a delegation from West Virginia Westing. They're seated up there in the North Gallery. If you please make them welcome.
John from the 10th, Doggett Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today from Wood County, please join the Wood County delegation in making welcome folks from the Wood County ARC and Birth to Three organization, Michelle Curtis, Shannon Hedrick, and Christina Meyer. Please put your hands together and make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 53rd, Doggett Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Schaefer and me, we have a group of our seniors who are in the West Gallery visiting with us today. We had the privilege of having dinner with them last night. And if they would all stand and House make them welcome.
Lady from the 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Hartman and me, we have several special guests with us today. They are to my right in the North Gallery. We have both of our counties represented today. First, we have two students and their instructor from Tigers Valley High School. They are Brooke Hart, if Brooke would stand, and Kayla Donnelly. They are in the junior high all-state choir, and they are accompanied by their teacher, Mr. Josh Tharp. If they would please stand and everyone make them feel welcome. Mr. Speaker, we also have a very large group, and we're so happy they came all the way from Pocahontas County, left early this morning, and they are here with us. They're the Students Power Movement roster. As I call your name, if you'll please stand, we have Margaret Combs, Trevor Wilson, Lexi Price, Joni Barlow, Alexis Gibson, Bill Hardesty, Shayna Hammonds, Riley Vaughn, Jacob Kinnison, Tristan Lane, Hazel Riley, Tyler Chandler, Robert Ryder, Courtney Buzzard, Silas Riley, Jonathan Fitzgerald, Emily Casto, Carly Keatley, and Mr. Bennett. If they all would stand at the House, please make them all feel welcome.
John for 29th, Delegate Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple of announcements, so if you'll bear with me on this. First of all, we have with us here from SEIU 1199 Wyla Thomas, and she used to ride my bus a few years ago. And she has with her her son, Damien Thomas, and today is his birthday. So instead of the round of applause, would everybody just say, "Happy birthday, Damien"?
Happy birthday, David.
Thank you. And this is on behalf of all the delegates from Raleigh County. We have a whole group with us today for Youth Day at the Legislature from Independence High School. And they are accompanied by two of their teachers, Mr. Young and Miss Metter. And Mr. Young happens to be my daughter's teacher. And as I introduce the students, if you will, stand and wave to everyone. I'm going to first start with the bus operator. If he is still up there, he's trying to sneak out on us. But his name is Scott Eastridge, and he also used to ride my bus, and I also trained him to drive a bus. So Scott, if you're up there, wave to everybody. Now with the students, we have Alex James, Tessa Danley, Brianna Mills, Christina Puckett, Logan Kelly, Brooke Bowers, Haley England, Kaylee Bragg, Kelly Weddle, Jonathan Cruz, and that's one you got to keep your eye on, Chris Heaton, John Miller, Shillian Nelson, Rachel Turner, Nikki Brown, Destiny Bell, Haley Laxton, Bailey Matheny, Kendall Morgan, Landon Buckland, Kayla Blankenship, Olivia Wood, Matthew Sink, Carly Hendrick, who also rode my bus, Alec Warricks, Nathaniel Ashbury, Alex Plumley, Shane Sexton, Jamie Hilton, Cynthia Barnett, Chastity Burleson, Bri Bailey, Danielle Deborn, CJ Maxey, and CJ, I didn't see you in the group. I apologize. He's been a lifelong friend of our family. Cheyenne Garris, Caleb Miller, Sarah Boland, Zach Epperly, Kelly Chastity, Jeremiah Hansford, Jacob Coots, Felicia Derringer, Alex Perkins, who also rode my bus, and Aaron Kales. Would the house please make all of our guests welcome?
The gentleman from the 42nd, Delegate Ambler. Okay. The gentleman from the 44th, Delegate Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the next group of leaders of the state of West Virginia. On behalf of the delegate from Nicholas and the delegates from Fayette County and myself, I'd like to introduce starting points from Nicholas, Webster, and Fayette County and Family Resource Center. Would you all please stand? They're led here today by Marla Short, Barbie Radcliffe, Charlotte Jarvis, and Kelly Gladwell. If the House would please make them welcome.
The lady from the 51st, Delegate Fleshire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two special pages here with me today, Darby Schaub and Meredith Mills, and I'm so excited that they are here on Equal Pay Can't Wait Day at the Legislature and also Kids Day. Their moms, Julie and Carol, are sitting in the gallery behind me. Would all the delegates put your hands together and give them a very warm welcome, because they're going to be your only helpers just about.
The gentleman from 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize in the North Gallery my friend Austin Haynes, if you would stand up, who is a fresh new candidate for House of Delegates from Fayette County. Please make him feel welcome.
Gentleman from the 58th, Delegate Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, for our Doctor of the Day today, we have in the back of the chamber Dr. Sarah Price, from Huntington. If the House will please make the good doctor welcome.
Further introductions. Reports of standing committees.
Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration House Bill 4079, Department of Veterans Assistance, rule relating to the State Home for Veterans. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Report be received, the bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4175, relating generally to homeschooling. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report be received. Reports of select committees. Messages from the executive. Messages from the Senate.
The clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of Senate Bill 107, Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act.
Message be received, the bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of committee substitute for Senate Bill 157, authorizing Department of Revenue to promulgate legislative rules.
Message be received, the bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of committee substitute for Senate Bill 195, authorizing DHHR to promulgate legislative rules.
Message be received, the bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of committee substitute for Senate Bill 342, decreasing appropriations from State Fund General Revenue to DHHR, Division of Human Services, and Bureau of Senior Services.
Message be received, the bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of Senate Bill 357, supplemental appropriation from lottery net profits to Bureau of Senior Services, Lottery Senior Citizens Fund.
Message be received, the bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of Senate Bill 360, supplemental appropriation to Division of Human Services.
Message be received, the bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of Senate Bill 364, supplemental appropriation expiring funds from general revenue.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 364 is the same as House Bill 4189, which is on second reading today, and we need to advance the bill to sync the calendar. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent the committee reference be dispensed with, the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Gentleman 58th asks unanimous consent that the committee reference be dispensed with, that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk, please read the bill first time.
Senate Bill 364.
Bill be advanced. Resolutions. Petitions. Motions. Bills introduced.
House Bill 4317 by delegates Foster, McGee, and others, limiting factors in parenting plans.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and each bill be formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the chamber automation system.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with, that each bill be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each bill will be formally introduced and so referred. Unfinished business. Bills on third reading. Bills on second reading.
House Bill 4189.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent the bill lie over.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that the bill lie over. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Bill will lie over. Further bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4227, adding citizen members to the Real Estate Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be advanced to engrossment in third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4230, adding citizen members to the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be advanced to engrossment in third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4238, adding citizen members to the Board of Professional Surveyors.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be advanced to engrossment in third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4241, adding citizen members to the Real Estate Commission.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be advanced to engrossment in third reading. Bills on first reading.
House Bill 4235, relating to the publication requirements of the Administration of Estates.
Bill be advanced. Leaves of absence. Remarks by members of the House. The gentleman for the 27th, Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House would just give me a few moments, indulge me for some comments. I felt it necessary that on some comments based on Senate Bill 6 that was introduced last week that went through Health Committee. There were some comments over the previous time and mentioned last week that, in my opinion, seemed to have significant rhetoric and vilification of the members that were signing on to that and supported that bill. And when you understand that this bill is for drug testing for beneficiaries of TANF, which is Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, it raises a lot of anger and I would say maybe anxiety in a lot of people as far as why are we doing that or why do we have to do that. And when most of the general public hears about bills like this, they seem to think they take one side or the other without really looking at what the substance of the bill has and what it's trying to achieve. And part of what I'd like to say is kind of explaining what that really means. Now, we usually have attacks from people saying that we're going after poor people, that we're trying to hurt the children, that these bills that have been introduced in the past are always unconstitutional and have been struck down by the court. They cost too much, they're wasting taxpayer money, and that there's usually a very low yield in who you're trying to find. Now, I would submit to you that we all know the substance abuse in our state is very prevalent. In the southern part, we have the prescription pill problem. In Kanawha, in Cabell, northern and eastern panhandles, heroin seems to be really picking up, and we're having a significant problem. Mr. Speaker, you charged me with the opportunity to be chairman of the Select Committee on Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse. I take that very seriously. And I am the lead sponsor on the House bill version of Senate Bill 6, which is House Bill 4010. And I know, when I take that personally, I'm a big boy. I can understand that there's going to be attacks on you. And I've had calls to my home and things like that I've had to deal with, and even at my employment. But I really do want the people in this body to understand what this is about. I'm really trying to make an effort on trying to solve this problem, and I think each of the members that were on that bill and on the Senate bill are trying to do the same thing. And we're not in this to looking at poll numbers and getting reelected, and maybe some people are, but I can't speak to them. But I think the majority of the people that are working on this and also on the Select Committee are very serious about dealing with each of the tenets of this problem. Now, as most people know, substance abuse is a tough problem. We have to look at the prevention, the identification of people that are subject to substance abuse, intervention and potentially treatment and rehabilitation for these people. Now, I submit to you that Senate Bill 6 addresses each of these components with respect to a subset of individuals in our state that are on TANF. Now, the private sector can test people for employment. They don't have to adhere to all the rules that the government has to adhere to. So many people are tested for employment to work. So they're already being screened. The thing is, it raises anxiety in those people. Well, they don't understand why other people that obtain benefits can't be tested in the same fashion. And they just don't understand that when the government tests, they have to have some level of suspicion. Now, unfortunately, we find a lot of people from the government through the penal system, and that's not where we want to identify these individuals. We want to get to them before they get to that level. Now, the government does test in certain cases. When they get commercial driver's license, the federal government checks for all of those people have to be screened. We've had, from the state standpoint, for the minors at times, so they had to be screened too. So there are exceptions to this. Now, Fourth Amendment rights to illegal search and seizure is where that comes in as far as the constitutionality part. Many of the states in the past have initiated drug testing bills, and most of them have been struck down because they did not raise to that higher level of suspicion. Many of them went to random drug screening for everyone, and that also blew up a lot of the cost for those programs. Now, Congress did allow for states to test for temporary assistance for temporary benefits. They allowed people to the states to look at those people. It's just a matter of how you approach it. Now, when we crafted Senate Bill 6 and House Bill 4010, we tried to take each of that into account. Now, let me mention what TANF is. It's Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. When an individual that meets certain economic requirements as far as income and residency, they can apply through TANF, through DHHR, and they enter into what's called a personal responsibility contract with DHHR. These are mainly the adults, also emancipated minors through the West Virginia Works program and with the Department of DHHR. Now, what they set up is either continuing with their education or with work study or programs to get them into the workforce, to get them back into society as productive members of society so they can provide for their families and their other dependents. It's a good thing. West Virginians, Americans all throughout the country, we like to do that. We want to help those people. It's meant to be temporary, not permanent. Now, the program does last for up to 5 years. Now, Commissioner Exline from Family and Child Health reported to the Health Committee last week that there was a problem with that. In 2014, there were over 30,000 sanctions for violations of these work agreements. 30,000. And that was only for 2,700 adults. She also mentioned that many of the people were coming into the state to receive benefits and had no plans on entering into a work agreement. So they're taking taxpayer money away from our citizens that we're trying to get to those people that need it. So from a prevention standpoint, if we initiate something that says we're going to start looking at these people and start enforcing this, that may deter many of those people from coming into our, and that way maybe finances and assistance can go to the people here that really need it. So I'd like you to keep that in mind. Now, Senate Bill 6, what does that specifically say? It's a screening and testing for people that have a reasonable suspicion for substance abuse. It's a pilot program, only 3 years. This is so it could be evaluated and reassessed whether it's doing the intended purpose or not. What we've looked at is requiring participation in that for their benefits. Initially, each of the applicants are screened by a social worker in DHHR. It's mainly a questionnaire that they look at with specific questions such as, do you use drugs? Do you get high? Do you end up at work late? Things that might show a suspicion where people are possibly subject or to substance abuse. That's one part of the equation. That's the screening. The second part of the bill says that if someone has had a previous drug offense within the immediate previously 5 years, they could be subject to drug testing also because there's a higher suspicion there. So this process right there is looking at the members that apply, the applicants, to see if there's a higher suspicion. If they feel they meet that. Now obviously the ones that don't meet the screening requirement on behalf of the children. Speaker, we're trying. Boeing has given a fiscal note on that bill. The fiscal note suggests first year $50,000, $172. They're saying that $28,000 is related to upgrades in their computer systems, which every agency in our government needs upgrades. So that's a one-time deal she's looking at. She's calculating $22,172 each year for the testing. And that is based on 4,768 new applicants based on previous 2014 and 15 numbers. Out of that, the National Institute on Drug Abuse survey, the recent one, suggested 8.3% of those individuals would be subject to drug tests. That's 392 applicants based on those estimates. That's also 392 potential families with other dependents. Now, the cost for testing is $56.50 per test based on testing she's already doing for her own employees in DHHR. That's the current contract. Now, Mr. Speaker, the cost for that would be the $22,172. Now, if all the applicants that they wanted to test had to be tested, then you're talking about a number of $267,135. Now, I would submit to you that's not a very high cost if you had to test everyone. And the reason I mention that is, you know, I've been a practicing obstetrician for the past 20 years. When I first started practicing medicine, I may have seen a handful of people over a year that those kids were born addicted to drugs. Now I see a handful every month. Now, a couple years ago, I talked to DHHR and Medicaid and found out the cost that they quoted to me for each kid was an average of $230,000 to detox that kid. So I want you to put that in perspective as far as the cost of this program and the cost just for one of those kids. Now, I remember in years past, and even last year, when we passed that bill on the suicide prevention, there were members that spoke that said, no matter what it costs, if it saved just one life, it would be worth it. I'd like each of you to remember that. So this is a very small cost. We're limited by what we can look at from the state as far as who we can intervene with. This is one population that we could start with to show that we're being serious about this. It's not attacking poor people. That's one of the things that people have, that they need assistance. That's one thing the state administers. That's the only reason we're looking at that. I wish we didn't have to, but unfortunately we have a big problem, and this is just one step. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 67th, Doug Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we had a public hearing in the chamber on the RFRA, and the opposition was about 2-1 against, after the public announcement only being 2 days. We heard from some business interests, including a new bipartisan group called Opportunity West Virginia, who pointed out that last year when Indiana passed almost identical bill, that there was an economic impact at the time of about $60 million to the state. The reaction from the business community was so intense, the state of Indiana had to spend about $2 million on a global PR firm. And Fortune 100 companies made it very clear that they would not invest in Indiana if that bill passed. And in fact, the business community that we heard from this morning was very clear in its opposition. We heard from Marriott, we heard from the Hospitality and Tourism Association, and the folks represented at Opportunity West Virginia. But my question is, where's the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce? Where were they? They weren't here. So here we have a new cause of action being created a year after historic tort reform in West Virginia, legal reform. And here we have a piece of legislation that could be potentially devastating for the business climate in West Virginia. And where's the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce? I look forward to hearing that. Thank you.
Gentleman from 28, Doug O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too enjoyed being at the hearing this morning where we had a number of folks show up to discuss the House Bill 4012, the West Virginia Religious Freedom Restoration Act. And we heard a lot of good input from a number of citizens. Some people spoke with knowledge of the bill. Some people did not. Some people spoke with, obviously without having read the bill, having just maybe read fear-mongering press releases about what may or may not happen if the bill were to be put into place. Just a word of clarification. My friend from the 67th raised a couple of what I would consider legitimate concerns if they were true. My friend talked about the Indiana Religious Freedom Bill and how that raised significant concern out of the state of Indiana. And some of us are familiar that there was concerns about an impact on business in Indiana. What he failed to mention was that 7 days later, the state of Arkansas passed a very similar bill, which is much closer to the bill that's been introduced here in West Virginia. And there was very little opposition to the Religious Freedom Bill in Arkansas, passed overwhelmingly. And the bill that's been introduced in West Virginia is much closer to the Arkansas bill than the Indiana bill. But besides all that, the Religious Freedom Bill that we will be considering is not a bill that authorizes any particular outcome. The bill itself doesn't say this behavior or that behavior, this action or that action, or this inaction is allowed or permitted at all. All that this Religious Freedom Bill will do is to put into place a balancing test, and I would say to reestablish a balancing test for the state of West Virginia, the same balancing test that exists all over America under the Federal Religious Freedom Restoration Act. It is simply a 4-part test. The law that we will be considering simply says that West Virginia will develop a series of guidelines when there are conflicts between our citizens' religious freedom and actions of state government. And that 4-part balancing test will be, do you have a sincerely held religious belief? Has there been a substantial burden on that religious belief? Is there a compelling government interest to allow that infringement? And often there is. And then the last part of that test will be, is the government doing it in the least restrictive means? So as you can see, this law doesn't guarantee an outcome. It doesn't pick winners and losers, nothing of that sort. It just simply guarantees a fair hearing where competing interests will have the opportunity to be heard before a judge. So, and last of all, I do take seriously any concerns that might be expressed about a damaging impact on business and concerns about lawsuit abuse. It's worth noting, this bill does not apply in any way whatsoever to actions between private employers. This process would only come into play as a shield, a defense against government action. There is no new cause of action, no new opportunity to sue between employers and employees, because whenever an employer and employee have a contract or a business relationship, there's no government action involved there against anyone that would generate a cause of action. It is only against state action. So that concern should be put to ease. But by the way, we'll discuss and debate all this. It'll make its way through judiciary, and I'm sure that those issues will be discussed. But I do appreciate my friend's concern about lawsuit abuse. Thank you, sir.
The lady from the 51st, Dahlia Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit more about why equal pay can't wait in West Virginia, and also about legislation that will be introduced tomorrow. It will be House Bill number, I think it's 4238, that I am proud to be one of the sponsors of. Erica, the lady from Ohio is the lead sponsor, and the other sponsors of the bill include the lady from Berkeley, the gentleman from McDowell, the lady from Marion County, the lady from Mingo County, one of the ladies from Kanawha County, one of the gentlemen from Monongalia County, and the lady from Monongalia County, and I'm not wanting to refer to any of our members by name, but I think it's a really important bill. And what it does, basically, it says if we pass this law, that you are allowed to talk with other people about your wages. Now that would seem kind of basic, wouldn't it? That you could tell another person what your wages are, or if someone asked you about what your wages were, or you decided to ask someone, that person could choose whether to answer or not. But right now, it's not clear that that is a violation of the law. Lily Ledbetter was a plaintiff in a U.S. Supreme Court case. She was a manager who had worked for years at Goodyear Tire Company. And she didn't know that she was being paid less than her counterparts who were doing exactly the same job. So that case went she went and filed a case. That is one of the things we are allowed to do in our country with our three parts of government, the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive branch. We are allowed to protest wrongs that are done to us, and she did that, and she got a $3.3 million verdict. It went up to the Supreme Court, and even though she didn't know for sure that she was being discriminated against because her employer had this policy that says you're not allowed to talk about your wages, the Supreme Court said she could recover nothing because she should have filed 20 years earlier when the discrimination started. That's the way they interpreted law. Most of the courts around the country didn't agree with that. So 7 years ago, tomorrow, the Lilly Ledbetter Act was passed. And our bill would be similar to that and say you are allowed to talk about your wages. It's important in West Virginia for two ways. It's important negatively and it's important positively. We have the worst earnings gap in the whole country. It's been nationally, it's 78 cents for every $1 earned by men. So women earn 22% less nationally, but in West Virginia, it's 67%. If you want to look at this up, you can look at the statusofwomendata.org, which has a report card for all of the states. It's put out by the Institute for Women's Policy Research, and on wages, we get an F in their report card because there is such a large wage gap in West Virginia. However, what I would like to see is that we do something positive. By passing this bill, that could help reduce poverty. That could help stimulate our economy. If women earn 100% instead of 67%, which is what West Virginia women earn, we would be contributing more to the economy. We would have much better pensions. Women lose an enormous amount of money because they are paid less, and it's really bad long term. It affects our families. If we're married and one person is getting 100% and the other person is getting 67%, that's going to mean less food on the table. That's going to mean, maybe you can't pay for extracurricular activities. It affects us. But we could, by passing this bill and strongly enforcing equal pay legislation, we could help stop the discrimination and close the pay gap. So I want to urge that this bill be taken seriously. It's a free speech, it's an anti-discrimination bill. And also, I would like to invite you, this evening, we are having an unhappy hour from 5 to 7 o'clock, and we are going to discuss how the problem of equal pay harms women and children and their families. It's at Sam's Uptown Cafe, and they are charging 70% for women on their drinks, and they are charging men 100%. Why should we have to pay more when we don't earn as much? So Sam's Uptown Cafe, I got to thank them for helping us, and this is open to women and men because it affects everybody. So please join us for the unhappy hour tonight, 5 to 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 63rd, Doug Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to read this yesterday, but we were a little busy. We passed that sunset bill a couple days ago, and I thought this article that I found from a periodical called The Economist, it's actually from 2012, but it's still timely with what we're doing in this state and as the country as a whole. It's titled Overregulated America. The home of laissez-faire is being suffocated by excessive and badly written regulation. Americans love to laugh at ridiculous regulations. A Florida law requiring vending machine labels to urge the public to file a report if the label is not there. The Federal Railroad Administration insists that all trains must be painted with an F at the front so you can tell which end is which. Bureaucratic busybodies in Bethesda, Maryland have shut down children's lemonade stands because the enterprising young Moppets did not have trading licenses. The list goes hilariously on. But red tape in America is really no laughing matter. The problem is not the rules that are self-evidently absurd, it is the ones that sound reasonable on their own, but impose a huge burden collectively. And this is my little commentary on that. We're feeling this firsthand in the state of West Virginia. America is meant to be the home of laissez-faire. Unlike Europeans whose lives have long been circumscribed by meddling governments and dictates from Brussels, Americans are supposed to be free to choose, for better or for worse. Yet for some time, America has been straying from this ideal. Now I'm going to give you a couple examples at the federal level. Consider the Dodd-Frank law of 2010. Its aim was noble, to prevent another financial crisis. Its strategy was sensible, too. Improved transparency, stop banks from taking excessive risk, prevent abusive financial practices, and end too big to fail. By authorizing regulators to seize any bank tottering financial firm and wind it down. This periodical actually supported these goals at the time, and we still do, but Dodd-Frank is far too complex. Here's where it gets interesting. At 848 pages, it is 23 times longer than Glass-Steagall, which is the reform that followed the Wall Street crash of 1929. Worse, every other page demands that regulators fill in further detail. Some of these clarifications are hundreds of pages long. Just one bit, the Volcker Rule. Most people in financial industry have heard of the Volcker Rule, which aims to curb risky proprietary trading by banks. It includes 383 questions that break down into 1,420 sub-questions. Hardly anyone has actually read Dodd-Frank, besides the Chinese government, this is actually in the article, and our correspondent in New York, and they have a reference to an article that that gentleman wrote on that situation. Those who have struggled to make sense of it, not least because of so much detail, has yet to be filled in. There were 400 rules in those mandates, and as of 2012, when this article was written, only 93 had been finalized. So financial firms in America must prepare to comply with a law that is partially unintelligible and partly unknowable. The next part of this article is titled Flaming Water Skis. Dodd-Frank is part of a wider trend. Governments on both parties keep adding stacks of rules, few of which are ever rescinded. Republicans write rules to thwart terrorists, which make flying in America an ordeal and prompt legions of brainy migrants to move to Canada instead. Democrats write rules to expand the welfare state. Barack Obama's health care reform of 2010 had many virtues, especially its attempt to make health care universal. But it does little to reduce the system's staggering and increasing complexity. Every hour spent treating a patient in America creates at least 30 minutes of paperwork, and often a whole hour. Next year, the number, this would have been in 2013, next year the number of federally mandated categories of illnesses and injury for which hospitals may claim reimbursement rose from 18,000 to 140,000. There are 9 codes relating to injuries caused by parrots, 3 relating to burns from flaming water skis. 2 forces make American laws too complex. One is hubris. Many lawmakers seem to believe that they can lay down rules to govern every eventuality. Examples range from the merely annoying, for example, a proposed code for nurseries in Colorado that specifies how many crayons each box of crayons must contain, to delusional. For example, the conceit of Dodd-Frank that you can anticipate and ban every nasty trick financiers will dream up in the future. Far from preventing abuses, complexity actually creates loopholes that the shrewd can abuse with impunity. The other force that makes American laws complex, and we're all familiar with it in this body, is called lobbying. The government's drive to micromanage so many activities creates a huge incentive for interest groups to push for special favors. When a bill is hundreds of pages long, it is not hard for congressmen or state representatives to slip in clauses that benefit their chums and campaign donors. The health care bill includes tons of favors for the pushy Congress's last failed attempt to regulate greenhouse gases was even worse. And I think we all too well know that in West Virginia. Complexity costs money. Sarbanes-Oxley is another good example. A law aimed at preventing Enron-style frauds has made it so difficult to list shares on an American stock market that firms increasingly look elsewhere to stay private. I'll look a little editorial here is I fly to a country called Ireland. If you haven't seen what's going on in the U.S. businesses in this country are claiming Ireland as a home now. Every time I go through the airport, I see advertisements for bring your company here. America's share of initial public offerings fell from 67% in 2002 when Sarbanes-Oxley passed to 16% in 2011. Despite some benign tweaks to the law, a study for the Small Business Administration, a government body, found that regulations in general add $10,585 in cost per employee. It's a wonder the jobless rate isn't even higher than it is. I'm almost done. A plea for simplicity is the title of the next part, last part. Democrats pay lip service to the need to slim the rule book. Mr. Obama's regulations czar is supposed to ensure that new rules are cost effective, but the administration has a bias towards overstating benefits and underestimating cost. And this article actually refers to another article that explains that. Republicans blustered that they will repeal Obamacare and Dodd-Frank and abolish whole government agencies, but give only a sketchy idea of what should replace them. America needs a smarter approach to regulation, and I would suggest West Virginia does too. First, all important rules should be subject to a cost-benefit analysis by independent watchdogs. The results should be made public before the rule is enacted. All big regulations should also come with sunset clauses. Imagine that, we just passed a bill a couple of days ago. So that they expire after, say, in the case of Congress, they say 10 years. And it has to be explicitly reauthorized. Most important rules need to be much simpler. When regulators try to write an all-purpose instruction manual, the truly important do's and don'ts are lost in an ocean of verbiage. Far better to lay down broad goals and prescribe only what is strictly necessary to achieve them. Legislators should pass simple rules and leave regulators to enforce them. Would this hand too much power to unelected bureaucrats? Not if they are made more accountable. Unreasonable judgments should be subject to swift appeal. Regulators who make bad decisions should be easily sackable. I think they call that firing. None of this will resolve the inevitable difficulties of regulating a complex modern society, but it would mitigate a real danger that regulation may crush the life out of America's economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 23rd, Doug Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that my friend from the 27th comments be recorded in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks will be printed in the appendix. The lady from the 51st, Doug Pleshire.
Mr. Chairman, I had a couple of people ask me where Sam's Uptown Cafe is. It is on 28 Capitol Street. It's the block of the public library. We hope to see you all tonight, 5 to 7. Oh, and it's in the 37th district, the gentleman to my right. It's his district. He wants you all to come and support his district.
Gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we had a very spirited debate from both sides. So I was going to speak about something, but I refrained yesterday because I did not want to take away from that. What I'd like to sort of double back to today is House Bill 2130. House Bill 2130. The gentleman from District 56 made a comment that Blue Lives Matter. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't agree more. couldn't agree more. I personally have friends that are in the Huntington Police Department, Charleston Police Department, Barnesville Police Department, FBI, U.S. Marshals. Great uncle, Clarence Johnson, was one of the first black officers in Huntington. I love him. The chief in our hometown recently asked me to be on a committee. You know what I said? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Coincidentally, when that comment was made yesterday, I received a text from a mayor in my area and asked me that he and the fellow officers, how they wanted me to look at House Bill 4145. And it was the same thing that the sheriffs and a lot of other officers asked of me last year. And because Blue Lives Matter to me, I voted with them. The delegate from the first, Loving, he basically said yesterday that all lives matter. And that was a tough vote for them, I understand. But he brought up the point that while we love our law enforcement, and I can't reiterate that enough, that everybody's life should matter, and how are we judging who we put priority over and things of that nature. So I agree with the delegate from the first. And then I sort of thought about some personal instances, and I sort of called my folks back home. I've got some legal counsel back home, two in particular. One is Jewish, one is Caucasian. And I talked about, again, some personal matters, and they confirmed that from a statistical point and from some cases they had. Okay, so I said, okay, my fears are there. I understand what you're saying. So because I think that I've had a lot of sit-down and one-on-ones with most of you in this body, and I think you're all genuinely good people. Now, I understand we rarely agree, but I think you're genuinely good people. Your heart's good. And this guy that has bronze skin and hair of wool would never judge anybody. It's the other one with bronze skin, okay, and hair of wool that judges people, so I don't get into that. But because I fully understand that sometimes you don't know what you don't know. So I'm going to give you a brief example of sort of the way I'm feeling, okay? On Sunday, December 6th, I was getting ready to fly out of town, going to St. Louis for work. Sunday afternoon, I had to go get my hair trimmed up a little bit, get my face done, okay? And I was going to my barber. And I made a turn into his apartment complex and kept going around, and he had moved on me. So I exited the complex and went back around the whole block and started driving to another part of the complex. And in the sort of butt of the road, coming out a little bit, there was an officer's car. Now, what department it is, that's irrelevant, because it's not to finger point at anyone. But I had to swerve around him a little bit, okay? And then I start going into the other part of the parking lot. He follows me into the parking lot. I exit the parking lot. He's still following me. Flicks on his lights. He comes to the car and says, "Do you know why I stopped you?" He didn't say you were speeding or dead tags or bad sticker. He says, "You made too many turns." I said, I'm sorry, officer. I'm trying to get to my barber's house. I've got to catch a flight to St. Louis at about 3 o'clock. I do apologize. I'm just trying to get to where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. He said, "Well, where are you going again?" I said, "To my barber." He said, "Oh, on a Sunday?" I said, yes, sir. I'm going on a Sunday." He said, "Why a Sunday?" I said, "Well, because the barbershop's closed, so I've got to go to his house." He said, "Okay." He said, "Well, what do you do for a living?" I said, I actually work for the state." He said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yes, sir, I do. I'm actually a state legislator." I said, "Huh." I said, "Okay." And he just looks at me. I said, "Well, sir, I promise I'm not lying to you." And I get this out, which all of us have, my parking pass. I said, "Here you go, sir. It's got the, the state capital on it and all that stuff, and my name, Sean Hornbuckle, sir, here you go. He goes, huh, okay. And then I said, I apologize, sir, and give you my business card that all of us have and has your committee assignments on it and has your room number, your office number. And he says, huh, never heard of you. I said, oh, okay, sir. I said, well, sir, I'm really just trying to get there. I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I can even show you the text to my barber. I do not know where he lives anymore. I'm just trying to find his house. And I show him my phone. And he just sort of giggles a little bit. Said, let me get your registration and your license. Here you go, sir. And then he runs my tags and goes through the whole ordeal. Are you sure you're going to the barber? Yes, sir. And then I say, okay. He said, well, could you step out of the car? Can I search your car? Now, I will tell you all this. At this point, I'm sort of exhausted. And I've seen things in the media, so I'm a little bit nervous. And I said, okay. And he said, well, do you have anything to hide? I said, no, sir, I'll step out of the car. Okay. He said, first, you're not going to shoot me, are you? I said, no, sir, I will not. So I step out of the car and it goes through the front seat a little bit. And then he says, well, do you have anything on you? No, sir. So let me check you. So he pats me down, runs through my pockets. After about 10 minutes of this, he said, all right, you're free to go. Okay. So what I want to talk about a little bit is that we are doing some great things in this body. I first want to brag a little bit on the gentlelady from the 16th. In our small business committee, we've done some great things for the state. We've changed the way that we've conducted business with the one-stop shop, the way that we've viewed craft beer. We did some things today with the Young Entrepreneur Reinvestment Act. We've changed some things. Some think they're good, some think they're bad, with tort statutes and prevailing wage, and we'll probably see right to work, and lots of different issues, changes. And I commend the gentleman from the 56, because yesterday he really touted change, and we got to move forward. And a lot of us want to get there. There's different ways to get there, but I agree with him. But the one thing, through my lens, and I'm just trying to get you all to understand that I've noticed is that we haven't, in my opinion, taken a genuine look of how can we change things for people who have historically been viewed as a little bit different in our country. And I ask that of you to genuinely have that conversation. That's all I ask, to try to, bring light of that issue, because, again, love my law enforcement. Blue lives matter. All lives matter. But also within all lives would be black lives. And every day we get up here and we say the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, I know most of you in here, and I also think you have a good heart. But the one thing that we all do is end it with justice for all. Justice for all. So as you leave this body today, all I ask of you is just to think about that. And if there does come a bill, and it might not be me, it shouldn't be me just because I'm African American. It could be anybody. It could be anybody. If there's a bill that comes up that is talking about those issues, don't just put it down. Give it an honest look and say, hey, how can we make this better? Hey, I think you might be reaching there. Or could you do this? Give it an honest look. We owe it to ourselves. Because at the end of the day, as a delegate from the first, and I think he put it, all lives matter. All lives. Thank you all.
The gentleman from the first, Delegate McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm deeply touched from the gentleman from the 27's comments. I was just going to ask to return to the second order of business for purposes of introduction.
Without objection, gentleman may proceed.
Before I do, I have a bill that you might want to look at. I'm looking for co-sponsors. address some of the issues that you just brought up.
Anyway, somewhere in the gallery today is an old colleague of mine, and I'm not sure which gallery he's in, Jim Aragon, who's a combat veteran. We served overseas together more than a decade ago, and he might refer to me as his boss then, but I was just a 25-year-old young little first lieutenant, and he came to my rescue several times. So wherever you are, Jim, stand up with the house. Please make this wonderful veteran welcome.
The gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a minute to recognize a couple on our staff that really does a wonderful job. First, every year I do it, Perry Bennett, our photographer, does an outstanding job. Perry, we do appreciate you, even though you make some of us look bad sometimes. We do appreciate it. And he can't help it. He doesn't have much work with on some of us, so we understand that. But we do appreciate you, Perry, more than you, I think you realize. And the next person is Kim Wilson, who took over the Page program. I think she's did an outstanding job. It's so organized this year, and she's got everything running smooth. And Kim, I just want to tell you that I appreciate you. I'm sure everybody else here does appreciate you, and I think you're doing a wonderful job. So if everyone can give her a hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West
The
Virginia
gentleman from
Channel.
50th, Delegate Mansion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent that the remarks of the gentleman from the 16th be printed in the Journal, as well as those of the gentleman from the 67th.
Appendix to the Journal. Okay. Without objection, remarks will be printed. Gentleman from 38th, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the 50th sort of beat me to the punch there. I was going to ask that our friend's comments be placed in the appendix. And as I was sitting and listening to him, I had a recollection. I've heard almost the identical story, except it was about 10 years ago, and it was our friend Charlene Marshall, and it was here in Charleston. And so I think that we have work to do.
Gentleman from the 52nd, Delegate Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would request that the young lady's remarks from the 51st District be recorded in the appendix of the Journal.
Without objection, remarks will be printed in the appendix of the Journal. Okay. Further remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Other announcements. Gentleman from the 64th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Finance will meet tomorrow morning, beginning at 9 a.m. for the Public Service Commission budget hearing, and again at 10 a.m. for the Consumer Advocate Division budget hearing. Also, the Chairman of Finance would like to meet with all Republican members. The Chairman of Finance would like to meet with every member of the Finance Committee immediately following the floor session in the members' lounge area. Thank you.
Gentleman from 38, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republican members of the Judiciary Committee will caucus tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the chairman's office, and at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, the Judiciary Committee will meet. The agenda will be posted.
Gentleman from the 61st, Delegate Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The agenda will be posted.
Gentleman from 31st, Delegate Arbonne. Or lady from 31st, sorry. Apologize. Lady from, I was looking at two names at the same time. So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet at 9 a.m. Friday, January 29th in the Government Organization Committee Room, 215 East. The agenda will be posted.
Lady from the 49th, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet today at 2 o'clock in room 215. The agenda is posted. Your Republican members will caucus at 1 o'clock in the chairman's office. Thank you.
Gentleman from 53rd, Doggett Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy will meet today at 2 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee room, and we will be taking up House Bill 2119. Thank you.
Gentleman from 35th, Doggett Stansbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your West Virginia Legislative Sportsman's Caucus is meeting today in the Government Organization Room, room 215E. We're going to talk about sportsmen's issues, and lunch is being served. So please join us, everyone. Thank you.
Lady from the 57th, Doggett Rowan.
I'm sorry, but yesterday I missed a very important event. It was my office mate's birthday. And being that we like to talk about the oldest things around here, I'd like to call upon the lady from the 16th if she could lead us in happy birthday. Delegate Roman.
If members would join in wishing the gentleman from the 16th happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Roger. Happy birthday to you.
The gentleman from the 48th, Doggett Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Republican members on the Committee for Roads and Transportation will caucus today at 3 p.m. in the chairman's office.
Gentleman from the 23rd, Doggett Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the, Republican and Democratic leadership members of the House Committee on Veteran Affairs will meet tomorrow in my office immediately following floor session to discuss next week's agenda.
Gentleman from the 63rd, Doggett Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder that today we have a meeting for pensions and retirement at 4 p.m. in the House Finance Committee room.
Gentleman from the 1st, Doggett McGeehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, the Liberty Caucus will convene in the Education Committee's room immediately following floor session. Lunch will be served.
Lady from the 43rd, Doggett Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Democratic members of the Health Committee will caucus today at 1:30 p.m. in room 252. Thank you.
Lady from the 9th, Doggett Border Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Senior Issues will meet today, January 28th at 1 p.m. in the House Education Committee room. The agenda is posted.
Gentleman from the 48th, Doggett Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic members of the House will caucus this evening at 5 p.m. in room 252. And also I would like to announce, because I was slow on the draw, that we have another birthday today of Delegate Dave Pethel from the 5th District. So if the lady from he's 65 years young today. So if the lady from Cabell would please lead us in song, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave. Happy birthday to you. That was good.
Gentleman from the 37th, Doggett Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, we're all invited to enjoy a breakfast in the Lower Rotunda as part of Earned Income Tax Credit Awareness Day.
Gentleman from the 67th, Doggett Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic members of the Judiciary Committee will caucus in 1/2 hour in the conference room in 151.
Gentleman from the 43rd, Doggett Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Royal Caucus will meet immediately following the session, and the Forestry Association will be talking about timber severance tax. Lunch will be provided.
Further announcements. Not the question for the House is a motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House adjourned until 11 a.m.
And that concludes today's House floor session. We'll be taking you to the Senate session in just a moment. Just to review, there were two bills on third reading in the Senate. Senate Bill 262 eliminated the need for law enforcement to obtain court orders prior to having access to inmate mail and phone proceedings. Also up for passage, Senate Bill 290, assignment of wages by employers and payment by the payroll card. And now we'll show you what the Senate did while the House was in session.
Moment to acknowledge who you are, to remind ourselves that you are sovereign, that you have ordained the steps for our lives, that you have strategically placed these leaders in a servant opportunity to impact our state, our communities. And while they represent people in their hometowns, they are accountable to you. Lord, we also want to be mindful today that not only are we accountable to you, but that you care for us. And you see what is going on in each one of our lives, our homes, our communities. You see each one of us as individuals. You know the storms that are a part of our everyday life. You know the things that are occupying our thoughts at nighttime. And I pray, Lord, that you would bring your peace, comfort, guidance, and help. May we be about your business. Draw us closer to you. Holy Spirit, teach us to live as Jesus did, that our world would be a world of peace. We offer you our lives again today, and may everything that is said and decided upon here today bring glory and honor to you. In the name of Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. The senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. With those in the gallery and on the floor, join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, January 27th, 2016. The Senate met at 11 a.m.
The senator from Braxton requests unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and the Journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the Journal is dispensed with. Journal is approved. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guests, the senator from Greenbrier, Kristen Miller, and Dalton Perdue. And as a guest of the senator from Upshur, Bryson Castle. Let's give our pages a round of applause. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure and yours to introduce our doctor for the day, Dr. Sarah Price of Huntington, West Virginia. She's in the rear of our gallery. If she would stand, the Senate make her welcome.
The senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Taylor and myself, we were pleased to recognize in the North Gallery Janie Lou White. She's the director of the Preston County Senior Center, and a contingency of members are with her today. And I might be a little biased, but I would have to say that Preston County's senior program is probably one of the best managed and most active in the state of any of that I've seen so far. So would the Preston seniors please rise or wave and be recognized, and the Senate make them welcome.
Further introductions. Senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning is sort of emotional for me. This is the first morning that my father has been able to come and attend. And so this morning, with him is my wife, Debbie, and my father's wife, Mary Lou, and my father, Joe Boso, who was the longest serving fire chief in the city of Summersville. Did it for 39 years, and I've sort of followed in his footsteps. He always believed, train a child in the way he will go. And so he's always been passionate about community service. So if those three would please stand, and if the Senate would please make them feel welcome. Additionally, Mr. President, I have the distinct honor of recognizing the West Virginia American Baptist Youth Pastors Association on behalf of myself, the junior senator from the 8th, and the senator from Greenbrier as West Virginia American Baptists. We have Jeff Biddle from Emmanuel Baptist Church, Jeremy Myers from the First Baptist Church of St. Albans, my son, Lee Boso, who just left Summersville Baptist Church, now going to be at New Baptist Church in Huntington, and Eric Kendall from First Baptist Church of Weston. In addition to that, as a member of our Youth Pastors Association, sitting to our left here on the floor of the Senate, attorney for the Judiciary, Jennifer Greenleaf, who is also a member of that esteemed group. If you would please make them feel welcome. And finally, Mr. President, and please, I didn't intend to be a mic hog this morning. We have a group of young high school students who are passionate about our governmental process from Buchanan Upshur High School. Ms. Caitlin Critchfield, Lily Hicks, Desiree Linlow, and Michael Hilliard, who are with Inspire. If you would please make these 4 wonderful young people feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well done, Senator. The senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am happy today, on behalf of the Senator from Fayette and myself, to welcome not only our pages from Valley High School, but also accompanying one of the pages, Mr. Kevin Miller, who's sitting in the East Gallery. If the Senate would please, that he'll stand, the Senate please make him welcome this morning.
The junior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm always happy to recognize representatives from the AARP. Today we have Ruth Davis with us, sitting here in the gallery to my right. The Senate, please make Ruth welcome.
Senator from Logan.
Mr. President, on behalf of my senior senator from Boone in the rear gallery, we have 4 students, seniors from Logan High School, and these young men, I know them all personally. They have an interest in the legislative process and community activity, and I'm going to introduce each one of them and let the Senate welcome. But these are 4 outstanding seniors at Logan High School. We have Christian Porter, Chance Kahn, Brandon Hensley, and Chase Burnett. Would the Senate make these young men welcome?
The senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of my senior senator from the 12th, it is my pleasure and yours to welcome Gary Lynn Shear, who represents the AARP in so many issues that are important to our seniors, and she represents the entire county of Lewis. And you can always count on her being anywhere that important decisions have to be made. Please welcome Gary Lynn.
Further introductions. Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure on behalf of my fellow senator from the 11th District to welcome the parents of our page, Bryce and Cassell's parents, who are Scarlett and Wayne Cassell, and they are in the North Gallery. If the Senate could please make them welcome.
Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a medical student rotating with me that I'd like the Senate to welcome, Chelsea Knotts. Her mother is an anesthesiologist or an anesthetist here. Her dad actually works for state police, flies the helicopter, and her brother is a member of WU football team. So it's she's very well grounded and hopefully one of our future surgeons here. So Chelsea, if you'd stand up and be recognized. Thank you.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2130, including law enforcement officers among those professionals the assault or battery of which leads to enhanced criminal penalties.
Message to be received, bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed House Bill 4005, repealing prevailing hourly rate of wages requirements.
Message to be received, bill be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Pensions has had under consideration Senate Bill 86, continuing personal income tax adjustment for certain retirees of terminated defined pension plans, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, C. Edward Gaunch, Chair.
Report will be received under the bill's original double committee reference. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Pensions has had under consideration the following bills relating to rulemaking: Senate Bill 163, Senate Bill 164, Senate Bill 165, Senate Bill 166, Senate Bill 167, Senate Bill 168, and Senate Bill 169, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass, but under the original double committee references, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, C. Edward Gaunch, Chair.
Order be received under the bill's original double committee references. The bills will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 271, conforming definition of attest services to Uniform Accountancy Act, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Order be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Bill 315, providing for construction of statewide fiber optic broadband infrastructure network, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Respectfully submitted, Chris Walters, Chair.
Order be received under the bill's original double committee reference. Bill be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Natural Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 333, taking and registering of wildlife, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Respectfully submitted, Robert Carnes, Chair.
Order be received. The senior senator from the 15th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the second committee reference be dispensed with.
The senior senator from the 15th requests unanimous consent that the original double committee reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The original double committee reference to the Committee on Government Organization is dispensed with.
Your Committee on Natural Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 334, identifying coyote as fur-bearing animal and woodchuck as game animal, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Respectfully submitted, Robert Carnes, Chair.
Order be received. The senior senator from the 15th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the second committee reference be dispensed with.
Senior senator from the 15th requests unanimous consent that the original double committee reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The original double committee reference to Committee on Government Organization is dispensed with.
Your Committee on Natural Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 336 relating to crossbow hunting, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Robert Carnes, Chair.
Order be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 343, authorizing prosecuting attorneys designate law enforcement officers and investigators as custodians of records, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Order be received.
Your Committee on Military has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 2, urging Congress provide funding for West Virginia National Guard, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Ken Leonhardt, Chair.
Order be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 411 through Senate Bill number 422 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
The senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill 411 through Senate Bill 422 be considered introduced, read by their titles, referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 14 by Senators Maynard, Stallings, and Plymel naming the United States Marine Corps Private First Class Billy Joe Vickers Memorial Bridge.
Under Rules of Senate, the resolution will allow over 1 day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 13 naming the Tom Williams Family Bridge.
Resolution be referred to the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 262, eliminating need for law enforcement to obtain court order prior to having access to inmate mail and phone recordings. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 262 amends and reenacts 2 sections of the code in Chapter 25, Article 1. It does a couple fundamental things. The first thing it does is eliminates the need for a court order when the police are seeking records of inmate telephone conversations and mail for investigative purposes. So the current law requires a court order for that. This allows corrections to turn that information over to police without a court order. It eliminates the requirement for legislative rules. It allows attorneys for the inmates to also receive the same records in the court without a court order if the investigation results in a criminal prosecution against the inmate. And it requires, this was an amendment adopted by the committee, the bill requires now that the corrections folks keep for 3 years copies of any records of an inmate telephone or mail that they turn over to law enforcement. And finally, it makes it clear that those records fall within an exception to the Freedom of Information Act. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, would urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield?
Will the senator from Morgan yield? Senator yields. Senator from Marshall.
And I may have missed it. Was there any provision for attorney-client privilege for attorneys that are corresponding with their clients in a jail setting that would not be subject to review prior to, without going through the normal court order proceeding or process?
The bill does that. It makes it clear, and find the exact language. It may be elsewhere in the language as opposed to that which we amended, but that it's in a different section of code. That's right. That attorney-client privilege communicate, or the privilege remains. There's no invasion of that. Those are not accessible by law enforcement.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 290, assignment of wages by employers and payment by payroll card. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Senate Bill 290 is the bill we had an amendment adopted, a couple amendments adopted on the floor yesterday regarding this, and it deals with the manner of payment by employers to employees under the West Virginia Wage Payment Collection Act. The bill amends a single section of the code in that act. It's Chapter 21, Article 5, Section 3. And under current law, the way it works is in order for an employer to be able to pay an employee with a payroll card. This is modern technology we're dealing with. It required a written agreement between the employer and the employee. This permits, passage of the bill will permit an employer to pay an employee in that fashion, make that decision unilaterally. It preserves the other methods of payment that are legal under current law for employers to pay their employees, and the body will remember the amendments adopted on the floor yesterday regarding that. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 30 yeas, 4 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Kessler moved to amend the title of the bill.
The questions on the adoption of the title amendment, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 14, limiting successor corporation asbestos-related liabilities. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed, advance third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 146, establishing instruction standards for early childhood education. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 202, authorizing Department of Commerce promulgate legislative rules. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 216, authorizing Human Rights Commission promulgate legislative rule relating to Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading. Senator from Jackson.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having been read a first time and advanced to second reading.
Senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having been read a first time and advanced second reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. Remarks by members. Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's not my intention to stand every day and say something, but I do want to mention Senate Bill 418 that was introduced today on first reading, or introduced to the body today before first reading. It simply says in the sheet, food tax increase, and that's not just all that is. We have a serious problem in the state with PIA. We know it's a serious problem. All of us know it's a serious problem. We have a serious budget problem in the state. What this piece of legislation attempts to do is start that conversation by increasing the food tax 3%, not 6%, not 3%, which is about $75 million that we would take into our state's coffers. The Senate on Finance has talked about we need to work on this together, all aspects, and this is one of those aspects. It also has in it a provision for earned income credit, tax credit, which is something all of us can talk about and all of us can agree to because that's a vital future tool for our state. So I would encourage the Finance Committee is where it's headed to look at this very closely. I'm not trying to increase taxes on anyone. I'm simply trying to be responsible and address the problem. And this, to me, appears to be one way to address that problem. It's a balanced way. So I'd appreciate standing today if Finance would take a very close look at that as we work together to solve this problem. Thank you.
Further remarks? The junior senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Sportsman Caucus will meet today at 12 noon over in House Government Org. Thank you.
Further remarks? Are there announcements? Miscellaneous business. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? The senior senator from the 4th.
This was previously announced, but the Finance Committee will meet at 3 p.m. this afternoon in the Finance Committee room with the Department of Corrections.
Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Education will meet today at 2 p.m., 4:51 m.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple announcements. Your committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3 o'clock p.m. and the Committee on the Judiciary will meet tomorrow morning before the floor session at 10 o'clock a.m. Both meetings in the Senate Judiciary Chamber in the West Wing. One further announcement. At today's meeting, it is the intention of the chair to have on the agenda an originating bill that will pull up a rule that is not in this year's Ag Bundle. It's a rule addressed by this committee or this body last year regarding hemp. It's the one that got finalized without some amendments that were offered and adopted by the committee last year. So the intention today is to have it on the agenda. The committee will work it and dispose of it as the committee sees fit. If the committee adopts it and reports it, we'll hold it and add it to the bundle, which we don't yet have, but that should come next week. Thank you.
The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The majority party will caucus immediately following the floor session at the Senate President's room. And then the second announcement would be that the Committee on Government, your Committee on Government Organization, will meet at 2 p.m. today. We got a rather large agenda, and if we don't get finished, we'll recess and come back at 5 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining will meet today at 1 p.m., room 208 West.
Senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder that Transportation and Infrastructure Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the Judiciary Room in 208 West. Thank you.
Further announcements. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet today at 1 p.m.
Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. The AFL-CIO will have a labor caucus immediately following the floor session in room 330 West, and lunch will be provided.
Further announcements. If not, the question for the Senate. Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed saying no. The ayes have it. I declare the Senate adjourned.
And this concludes today's broadcast of the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 with more action from the floors of the State Senate and House of Delegates. Audio of the announced committee meetings in both the House and Senate is available on the West Virginia Legislature's website. This program reminder, the Legislature Today, our nightly broadcast of legislative news and information, airs at 6:30 and 11:30 every weeknight on West Virginia PBS. The program also can be heard on public radio weeknights at 6:30. The Legislature Today will be repeated weeknights at 10 and weekday mornings at 6:30 here on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.